Hello. Good evening, friends. Sometimes I want to feel the pain. We got Fred again, keeping us sane here. It's a great song. It really is. It's a reliable banger. Hello? Aiden. I should have known. Reliable. That we would have some Australians here. At this ungodly hour. Hello, Valentinian. What's up, Mansers, Buckle Bonsai, Bill Nene, thanks for the 10-month sub. Yes. Fred again. Fred again. Bucko, you know, you do some things. You do some things because you have to. You do some things because you have to. Hello, Val. I'm. My brain cannot handle handed brain right now. When I say I literally woke up just now, I mean I literally just woke up. I need to play some Blitz and Vegetate. Let's go here. I'm playing a GM who's called Francie IM. I'm not sure I can handle this. Here, A5 most likely. Maybe Rook D2. Any Rook D6, Rook D8, we take. Pretty much have to do this. Only makes sense. Now, do I have any threats here? Any threats here? What's up, champ? BF4? Hard to tell. What's up, Twink Time? Queen Trap, thanks for 11 months with Prime. Rez Balib, 17-month resub, and Prime for 33 months from Bam Deezy. Wow. Rook A7. I'm probably missing something, but let's just play this. We're feel like we're gonna lose this one. I mean, I suppose we have to play f5. The hell is going on here, by the way? What the hell just happened in that game? I had to take his pawns or it would have been a depressing loss. The weirdest game I've ever seen. I felt like if I kept my rook there, okay, we maintained some winning chances, but not a lot. And we maintain a lot of losing chances. That's for damn sure. Milv92, thanks for the prime. Half a year, buddy. Appreciate you. Some very tricky nights, I have to say. We're here. Well, bit of a strange position. Queen d6, we can play knight d5, queen c6, queen d7. That looks like a good annoying move. I'll have to give this a try. Wanted to go here. Now I don't think I'll be able to make that work. Well, hopefully allowing b4 isn't the end of the world. Why is he playing so well? Stop that. Definitely a weird move. Quite annoying, these moves. Not much we can do about these games where we're just getting blasted since the start. On the clock is the worst part. Feels like a real speedster. And we're awake as of T minus 10 minutes. Hello, Nicola. Thank you, buddy. Oh yeah, I forgot. He plays this. I forgot. Okay, 97. E5 should not be anything here because of that. Knight takes, I was gonna go knight f4. Yeah, I was gonna say queen queen a5 kind of looks like a good move. I don't like this position at all. Something like takes and knight e3, but okay, it only makes sense for him to decline the trade. Castle and rook d1. This rook should probably be there. Again, the time is just like, I can't hang. I can't hang with the time. I guess that move makes a lot of sense. But yeah, even this is like shouldn't be close, dude. Because he's a fast player as well. He's not like one of those guys who plays quick, but then somehow he's slow later in the game. Like, no, it's not the situation. Yeah, and this queen kind of kills me there. I'll have to go take it. Thought he was giving me a check there. Queen b2 check. Queen takes b2. C takes seemed like the good way to simplify. d2. I make a queen. I guess he still wins, yeah. I definitely thought he was going to trade queens. I wonder what happens if we... I guess we had that first game where maybe we had a chance. I don't know. Looking back on it, maybe not. I think he's hitting me with some sauce here. What happens if I try to keep up with him? I'm getting killed here. It is Iron Galaxy. If I try to make moves as fast as him, I feel like I'm gonna be in trouble. Knight c5. Long castle, but it's a bit suspicious, right? Like at some point I kind of run out of moves here. Bishop c8, h3, but again, it's like he just plays g3 at the end, and the question is back to me. He's got a lot of open lines, also a nice c4 square for the bishop. Here. Here, queen f3, and if bishop g4, there's knight d5. I can take it. So I guess he's sacking that exchange. Sacking this. Interesting. Looks quite annoying. Wow, that looks annoying. Like I can't let 3 pieces for the queen happen, then we're for sure lost, but at the same time, this doesn't look great either. It's like amazing. This moves. He just finds something. Every position. Probably bishop e7. Oh, it's it's queening with check. I mean, we can't do much better than that. Not only was queen f6 like a very good looking move, but maybe we came up with a decent reply, I don't know. But even coming up with queen d6, queen takes f6, still not enough. Not even close. I just don't think I can play moves as fast as him right now. He doesn't understand my hardship. I had to watch the Jays lose for 6 hours after being up 8-1. Now they're not in the playoffs anymore. And then I have to wake up early to commentate for Eric's 5 a.m. match. And I said I would stream beforehand, but it simply wasn't possible yesterday. So I'm on the weirdest schedule right now. The strangest stream times. What was it? 4 a.m. start, basically? What the hell? 94? E4, knight A4. Dude, I can't keep up with this guy. He's too good, too fast. Too good, too fast. Rook takes? Okay, what happens after pawn takes, to be honest? Do this. Yeah, the Mariners comeback was just dumb. I mean, I was at the game. It was physically painful. Base guy 33, thanks for the 8 months. New online ID, thanks for the Prime. But yeah, this is exactly young I am. I think he might be in school in the US. This guy. But something tells me he's not on that time zone right now. I guess I'm trying to play knight h5. I mean, I'm up on time in the middle game for the first time ever. I assume that's going to change. Seems weird to allow knight h5. Knight h5, queen h6. And it's like, I'm almost breaking through. Maybe if I add this to my skill set. Honestly, if I played here, I feel like he would have taken on f2. Rather not deal with that. This is hanging. Knight h5, I suppose. This guy's still loose. But at some point, it's like, how do you continue unless you take? I don't know. He has to take it. Takes here, bishop b7 has always been winning my queen, which is frustrating. Here, there's rook h6. Jeez. All that for one win. Single win. Doctor Questionable, thanks for the 22 months with Prime. Okay, good old Tesh. You got it. Those are going to be few and far between, so you got it. Queen a4. Here, then I guess, yeah. But maybe b5. Maybe b5. True eviscerated. We gotta look on the bright side here. We may have just watched a really brutal baseball game. We can find the good parts. We're gonna have to put that pawn on b4. But he was gonna play this move anyway, so it's like, yeah, may as well. Yes, he has knight on b3 coming. Let's get something going here. I will say though that whatever conditions I'm playing blitz under right now, they're not the recommended ones. E5 here. Know about that. Try to get that move to work. Huh. I really wanted to play some sort of capture on c5. Can get it to work. Still, it's an option to take here. It's just always tempting. But I think we'll probably stay a bit more tempered, a bit more reserved here. We have to stay good on time. I mean, the guy's a real speedster. I had to stop queen a6, I thought. I don't know what he's doing, but he's taking a lot of time here. Very happy to see that. Crazy. How do we allow these positions to happen? I had a feeling I was gonna flag him, but that's an example of like thinking or knowing that you're gonna flag him a little bit too hard. I was like, oh, he's got no time, and I just like let myself get mated, basically. Maybe by the stroke of luck, we did not get mated, and somehow we survived there. Like survive enough to make a couple moves and no mate, just hang everything. That was that win could have been better. A6, Queen A4, Knight B3, maybe. Queen A4, Bishop D8, Knight B3, Bishop C2, surprisingly annoying. So maybe Queen A2. Yeah, I'll go B4 if Bishop D8. And then Rook C1, Knight B3. Okay. Bishop here, I'll go Knight C5 anyway. Don't really like doing this. I feel like he gets the counterplay he wants. Okay, so surprised he didn't take that. So surprised. Like at some point you're gonna have to take that, right? What's going on here? He's gonna play D4? What the hell? Let's try this. Plays D4, Bishop F3 maybe. Queen D7, E6. Rook D1 coming. Weird position. The bottom line is we're working too hard here. I'm working too hard for these results. I need a more chill 4 a.m. experience. The knight can't move. Gotta be annoying for him. And obviously that's a threat. Why did I not check there? It's crazy, dude. Just crazy, crazy. How does this happen? What a great position! Foolproof. Thanks for the 14 months. How? Great position. And E6 was a really nice move as well. It's a real shame. Played that game, honestly pretty well. Honestly, pretty well. Queen takes d4 is an issue here. Yeah, I mean, but we're kind of just chucking moves out here. We're not really thinking, not this game. This is pretty lost here. Problem is this queen takes g7 move is actually, it's actually a big issue. I need to make up some BS here. Bishop takes, I guess. Now there's queen f6. Yeah. But the thing is, like, queen takes, there wasn't anything either. We're not getting mated here, but we're getting checked and checked. Yeah, the thing is, I guess this was the better move to protect the pawn, but it's the worst move overall because, yeah, as soon as he takes this, then there's just nothing here. Maybe stay for one more move or something. But, yeah, there's nothing here. Knight to g3 next. So I guess we go here, but it doesn't do much. Yeah, queen trade is enough. Queen trade is enough. Trolled Arrow, thanks for 21 months. Taylor R, 32 months. Thing is, when it's 4 a.m. and you just woke up, I mean, this is like the last guy I want to play. Probably underrated at 2,800. F5? At least F5 is easier to deal with. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, it's not. I can't exactly make good use of that square just yet. Okay. F5, I suppose. Yeah. The Quadro repping the EU. Thank you, Eviscerated, for gifting a sub to Nightbot. What happens if we take here, by the way? Can't be good. To be honest, he's gonna play Queen F5 anyway, so it's not good no matter how you look at it. Tough to do much here. There's a flag waiting to happen. Just got unlucky with Bishop F6. But we kind of had to pre-move because we're way down on time. But yeah, Bishop F6. If I don't take it, then he takes. And exactly like the game, that happens. Can't do much about that. But at the same time, I'm down so much time that, like I said, I knew it was going to be pretty, pretty effortless flag for him. Might go A3. No, he doesn't care. He's an alpha. Bishop here, bishop B2. Takes here. I think he's just taking that. Huh. Huh. Hmm. Well, I swear this is supposed to work out better than that. $95. Yeah, I don't really have a firm grip on the position here. Knight b6, rook d8. At least with a3, then this pawn is always weaker. Oof, so sleepy. Knight here. Might go rook d1. Rook d1, bishop c2. There is bishop takes f6, unfortunately. Wow, knight takes. Or sorry, rook takes. Wow. b5 takes. He goes knight c3. My bishop is really not great on h7. Dan Shields, thanks for the 10 months with Prime. Ribs, appreciate the 17 months from you. I just gotta go put this rook here and just be worse. Just be worse. Maybe bishop b1 is annoying. I think he's gotta play rook a1. Sorry, rook b2. So funny. So funny. Haha. So funny. It's a joke. Get it? I lose. How? How in the fuck? How in the fuck? Every time. Every time. I don't get it. I don't get it. Fix this fucking shit every single time. I need like a replay. It's so stupid. It's the thing I hate the fucking most. But it happens every time. Somehow always to me. I'm just playing, but my moves time out. Why do my moves time out? It's so infuriating. So infuriating. Okay, I'm gonna pull up my broadcast here. Let's have a look. What's really going on here? It's crazy. What? It's crazy. Oh my goodness. I document all of these. It's crazy. I have no idea what to do. I have nothing to say. Show the replay? There's no replay. That's the thing. It just happens. It's just the way you remember it. It's the way you remember it. There's nothing to it. It's just what you thought happened. It just, the time is there, then the time's not fucking there. It's just ahead and then it's not ahead. What is this? What is this? I have no words for this shit. I'm so tilted by this. So tilted. It's so infuriating. I'll never get tilted by a match, a loss, nothing. But bugs? It's the same thing when I'm streaming. absolute thing that tilts me the worst is like tech issues. This is like a tech issue. This happens so much. Every time I turn the stream on, this happens. It happens to me in Title Tuesday, happens to me in matches, bullet, blitz, it doesn't matter. You must have remembered like at least 10 different times this has happened. It feels like it happens every fucking stream. I hate bugs. So I'm sitting here streaming, so like I'm not disconnecting. Yeah, very annoying. Very annoying. Thank you, Val and Ryan. I think I hope those came in independent of the result. The worst would be, yeah, send in 10 subs for the win. Boom, White wins. So, thank you, Val. Thank you, Brian. Jagger Nair, thanks for the gifted sub. Times 2. Times 2. Mathematical Penguin. I don't remember seeing your sub, bud. I got the list of subs in front of me and your name's not there. But your sub, Mathematical Penguin, I don't think anyone saw it. Because I'm pretty sure we would be talking about it, no? Because isn't your sub like 85 months? Usually people remember that. I don't know, Mathematical Penguin. I didn't see it, bud, but I see you here. Thanks for at least 85. Maybe you're on your 86th month with us. Way more than 7 years, I'll tell you that. Thanks, buddy. Half an hour ago? Half an hour ago. I don't know. I'm getting bugs everywhere. I'm getting bugs everywhere. I'm not seeing subs pop up. I'm not seeing fucking moves appear. I'm awake at 4 a.m. So brutal. So brutal. Yeah, the Jays loss is also a classic Toronto team. Classic Toronto team. Go to sleep? Charizard, we just woke up. That's the whole point. Eric's playing a game in like, I don't know, 20 minutes? 30 minutes or something? Oh, did you get scammed as well, Val? Did you get a Twitch bug? Oof, 20 subs, Valentinian. That looks like he was probably supposed to be 10. I'm getting scammed. Val's getting scammed. Yeah, exactly eviscerated. I'm pretty sure the game starts soon. Chess.com is Chess.com is hosting the, what is it, chess.com/events. I think they say that. Oh, you guys remember yesterday? This said 5. Now it says 6, even though 6 really means 5. Very confusing stuff on chess.com. So it used to say 5 and 9. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 9. Something like that. And now I think it got changed. What's going on here? Anyway, this is now somehow the correct time, even though it was wrong. What the fuck? Oh, this time was wrong. Yeah, okay, I was wondering what's going on here. All their times for the actual event were wrong, but this time is correct. So I don't know how chess.com did it, but they were wrong for every one of the normal rounds, but they got the last round time correct. So it really does start, I think, in 20 minutes, because I think they have a 15-minute delay on the round. Like, objectively, it is the most exciting, one of the most exciting matchups, I think. Right? You have Magnus playing Parham. You have Aryan playing Jordan. That'll be a high energy game. Eric is playing Asemamin. And then the whole match is just very, very close. So the Alpha Spill right now is tied for second, but I think fourth on tie breaks. But yeah, they're playing on board 2. Eric gets the black pieces again. Yeah, this is an OTB tournament. So you can definitely gain FIDE or lose FIDE. Maybe Iron Galaxy, but yeah, not really. I don't think first is in the cards. I mean, it starts in 5 minutes, but it really starts at 5:15, I would imagine, because the previous rounds are listed as 8, and they started at 8:15, and then sometimes they're even a little bit delayed from that, so probably like 20 minutes, I would say. In this tournament, well, Eric was up rating until the last round, and then he lost, but he was having such a good tournament that he's actually still up rating, even after that loss. So this last round really determines whether he gains or loses rating. He did, Val. Sometimes that's the most punishing. You only need to find one move, and if you can't find it, then sucks to suck, you lose. Ugh. Just so tilted from this blitz shit. Val, thanks for the still 30. It ended up being 30. Thanks for the subs, Valentinian. I watched the Jays blow an 8-1 lead, and get knocked out of the playoffs. Some depressing stuff. But also the game. The game took forever. I left my house at 3:30. I didn't get back till 9:30. It was a 4 p.m. game. The game literally went for like 4.5, 5 hours. Like, it was actually crazy. It's like the longest kind of sporting event you can go to, and you're up 8-1, and you lose, and you're knocked out of the playoffs. So there's no more baseball games. Just poverty. But at least NHL is, I mean, it's already started technically, but only on the West Coast. At least NHL is coming back. I'm an NHL slut. Yeah, GS Warrior, your boys are staying out of the news, that's for sure. Thanks, Jay Getter. Appreciate the sub. I think this is a Miss Monique set, which auto-played after our buddy Fred. Coffee's brewing. Okay, let's go eviscerated. Good timing, good timing. If I put the knight somewhere else, I guess you'd play a4. I mean, yeah, we could have done that, but... Try this. Bishop to c1 next. Hmm. G3, bishop h3, I'm always annoyed by. Thanks, Carter D. Mate. I think king h8 there and g5 was an issue. Adam Hartlover, I wouldn't be able to take that. I honestly wouldn't. I feel like he almost wants to do that. Yeah, I think I got that one, Ryan. I didn't see the other pairings, but it seemed very likely. Maybe that was an option. Would have been a little wild. Wow, trapping the rook in there. Seems so weird. It's kind of amazing. Amazing how these positions turn around. The thing is, like, I'm also a little bit scared of pre-moving, which is like it's a crazy phenomenon because I know what causes this bug, but like you can't do anything about it. It's for sure just many pre-moves, but I can't just not pre-move. I'll lose the game. But then when once in a while you I don't know, it gets activated somehow with many pre-moves in a row. This position's gonna hurt. Dude, it's so depressing to just bleed rating to just bugs. Oof. This will be an annoying position. Probably have to go here. The stats say to give the check first. Not much we can do about this one. B4 is definitely an idea. Well, this one just looks lost. I guess F4? But, I mean, when you're in this spot, I don't think you can be picky. Now, I think the game should be starting in a... Let me pull up chess 24. Okay, that's at least reassuring. The chess 24 stream is on. And the lads are sitting down, so there we go. At least we know we're in the right time zone. Or like, at least we're not off by like an hour or something, which would be annoying. I just saw like 20 different times posted for when the round is happening. So, maybe play a couple more games. But the real reason we're streaming is about to happen. Reed is good. Thanks for the 35 months. No, that's a different move than I'm used to. Take takes everything. Knight a5. Hmm. He had literally 3 threats, all pretty significant. I think this is the only move that covers everything. Maybe knight a3 as well, but looked a little artificial. Thanks, Rui. Can't really go here now. Unless we get b3 in. Very risky move. I mean, basically I'm playing really slow. b4, kicking the knight back, and then playing like more natural moves would have been 50 times better. I think honestly it's so much better that I need to do it now. Like even after playing this slow move, I think we still need to just go back and do it. 10. And he has the bishop at knight, of course. Just enough. I almost couldn't have played it faster at the end. But I like zoned out and I wasn't even paying attention. I had 20 seconds. Where on earth did the time go? Did the game start, by the way? No, not quite. Maybe the last game or something. I think the games will start next. But like, I just don't know what to do, man. I can't play chess. Like, I feel like I actually feel like I can't play chess anymore on chess.com. This is crazy. Every time I play, this bug happens. It's gotten to the point where it's every time. And it's just unplayable. Five-minute chess. That doesn't really help though. I mean, the point is, it's it's in a time scramble it happens. It doesn't matter what time you start with. It just lingers. You know it's gonna happen. Um, Not really sure how this goes. I'm trying to remember what happens, but I think the move might have been d5 there. Just really couldn't remember it. It's like d5, e5, queen h6, and knight takes e5. It's been so long since I've played this trash, this weird theory. Yeah, this is definitely supposed to be here. I think on the last move it was d5. Jeez Louise. What to do here? We can actually take that. I was planning to just go here though. Is this better? I don't know. I don't know. Oh no. No, no, no. No, 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 guys. I I can't say anything right now. I can't say anything. Like what is this? When I say that I don't feel like I can actually play a game on chess.com reliably, this is what I mean. I actually can't play a game. I have to write all these down, but it's just like nuts. I am so happy that the games have started. Because I actually can't play another game. Mentally, I can't play another game, but also literally, I can't play another game. I can't do it. I will flag, apparently. Oof. Alright. I tilted off the face of the fucking planet, so I'm gonna go make a coffee before I start going over these games. I need a coffee before I can speak about other shit. Okay. A guy in need needs a coffee indeed. Coffee and Cliff Bar. All right. Final round of European Club Cup. This is the cross table. These are the standings after last round. Yeah, Novibor just keeps winning up in first place. Well, specifically Vidic keeps winning. He's undefeated and he's won all his games. More specifically. And I think the pairings that we got are pretty much the pairings that I thought we would get, which is Novibor is against this team. Now, technically, for our best interests, we want Novibor to crush. We want the team in first place to keep winning first place. I think. Because if we win the match and then this team wins the match, I don't think that we get first place. I'm not even sure we get second place. So it'll be a close call. We can still tie for first, but there'll be tie breaks and everything, and they don't do tiebreakers in terms of matches. They just do it electronically. So I'm not sure we'll come first if we win the match, even if Novibor loses. So I think we want them to just keep winning, and then we win and come in second. Clear second, because I think we have better tie breaks than this team at the moment. All remains to be seen. All remains to be seen. Because the standings could change in the last round, but take-home tiebreaks. I'm not sure what take-home means. What the heck is that? And as suspected, the team went for basically their strongest roster. So Haug is actually higher rated on the last board, but maybe they felt that Haldorsson was in better form, or he preferred to play against Tregibov, or had more ideas with the white pieces. I don't know what you're talking about, Boner Pool. I think you're just inventing your own stuff there. For an OTB tournament, there's no such thing as online tiebreaks. What do you want about? Anyway, big pairings here. Parham, Jordan, SM. Eric is with the black pieces again. So even though he started his first games with the white pieces every time, he gets the black pieces every time to finish off. So Magnus with the black pieces, Eric with the black pieces. It means, of course, that Aryan's game against Jordan is extremely important for the match, I think. It's like very... Obviously, every game is key. But if I had to highlight some key games here, you know, the ratings are probably the most similar on this board. And Christensen has indeed been playing well in the event. So I think the keyboards are usually going to be the boards where we have white, but that's not really a surprise because you need your results. I actually think Luke Van Wely is very beatable. Urkadal has, I think he's been playing super well with the black pieces. I think Luke is very beatable, so I would be looking to see if we can snag a full point on this board. Christensen's been playing really well. Eric needs a bounce back game. We know Bassem Amin pretty well. I think they've played before a few times, but this is a very winnable game for Eric, and it would just be a nice way to end the tournament. So every game's important here. This game is just going to be exciting to watch. Magnus against Parham. And then obviously we're big underdogs here on the last board. So gonna need some good chess and good vibes from that guy. Big Benji. So here are the games. Magnus with the black pieces. And instead of knight h5, which sometimes you see, to force the exchange of the bishops, right? He goes knight e8. Now, the reason knight e8 is not as popular as knight h5 is because basically you can go bishop g3 and you don't have to trade. Whereas if you play knight h5, bishop g3 just gives up the bishop anyway. So it's a little bit odd, I would guess, to do knight e8. But the knight has the idea to go to the d6 square. So I think, yeah, we'll see bishop g3. And then Magnus might go bishop d6 and look to trade and put the knight there after. Or continue on with knight d6. So very interesting stuff here, I would say. Like, let's say white castles. I'm just curious. Is there bishop f5? You know what I mean? This feels like some sort of engine equalization. Like black might be intending this. But anyways, it's well known that the knight on d6 is basically the best possible square for the knight in this structure. So anytime you can get a knight there is fantastic. If black could take these bishops off the board, he certainly would. But knight on d6 is such a good piece. Easily the best piece on the board. The fact the bishops are here is better for white, but in general, the knight is so strong here. Like, it's hitting the e4 square. Maybe you want to play knight e4. Maybe you want to stop e4, stop f3, e4. It's supporting f5, so bishop f5 is a pretty common idea. And most importantly, it stops b4, b5, or at least watches over the b5 square. So, and, you know, if white gets carried away with that, the knight's also hitting c4, so sometimes you can go b5, knight c4. So the knight on d6 is really, really good. Really, really good. Now, just because it's good, just in theory, right, the knight is good, doesn't mean that what Magnus is doing is like super well known or common or anything. certainly going 98, 96 right in the opening before developing the rest of your army, you know, you're losing time. So obviously that's going to be controversial. But Magnus is clearly feeling like playing some enterprising chess this morning. And he's gone for a pretty cool idea. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out. No other game in this position. There you go. The idea exists, but as early as Magnus has done it, I've never seen it. Shaganu. Can I give some insights into Eric's game? No, my plan was actually to cover every game in the European Club Cup except Eric's game. That was my plan. I was planning on ignoring Eric's game specifically. Just didn't sit right with me. Saw the opening, said fuck it. Big game. Aryan on board 2. We'll come back to Magnus's game. But before we fully leave this game, just a small moment of appreciation. Magnus, did he not come up with something that had basically never been played before? Yeah, 92. He's played at least once or twice in this exact event. Plus now this, maybe 2 or 3 times in total. Novelties. Like things that have never been played before. Things played against him are basically novelties. And he's been playing some pretty exciting chess. Sacking pawns, sacking everything. It's just interesting to see Magnus playing in a setting that's not the top 10 guys in the world. Because I'll be honest with you, maybe you guys have a different perspective, but there's only so many fucking Berlins I can watch between Aronian and Dominguez before I want to shoot myself. Like, I just don't care about. I just don't care. So it's fun to watch Magnus in an event where he's playing different guys, but also some lower rated, some 2500s. He literally played a 2500. He's played a 2700, 2650s. These guys are fucking strong. Like, they're very good players. But then you see them play Magnus, and you're like, okay, shit. That's the difference. And I feel like it's like that when you watch pro sports as well. You know, you watch your favorite team, and they drop a pass or something, or they make a mistake, and you're like, oh, dude, how could you be so bad? And then they show up to like a college game and just absolutely dunk on everyone. Like they're miles beyond the level that anyone else on the field. So even the worst player, you know, even the absolute worst player in the NBA, you know, dunks on literally 99.99999% of the world. And I don't mean dunks, literally dunks, but like just destroys. So much better. So, and Rookie 8 played. So I just think it's interesting to watch Magnus. Not that you'd think he's trash or something, but you know how good he is. But I think you can appreciate it more when he plays like a 2500 GM, and he just fucking slaps him around like he's a rag doll. Okay, so Aryan with the white pieces. Knight f6, d3. Wow. Knight f6, d3, h6, and bishop b4 is certainly an interesting move order. This looks really solid for black, I have to say. 7 minutes on the opening. Marius, is that a long time? I think if you have an hour and a half on the clock, spending 7 minutes on the opening is normal, no? Or even like fast. It's quite quick. This is the current position. I think is very solid for black. After you take, it also does look like white has to take with the pawn. Makes maybe some sense to play c takes. But for the most part, black just plays d5 and he's going to be happy. So I think we take with the pawn. Or we take here and play c4. But white usually tries to maybe get f4 in with the bishop on c1. But I'm curious what happens here if black stays solid. Because it looks like Jordan is just trying to do this, essentially. Hey, Pranav. Are you watching with audio muted, Mr. Pranav? I'm not sure what I'm going to do if you reply yes. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Now I'm in a conundrum. What tournament are you playing, buddy? Around in an hour. Okay, well, we'll get you prepped for that. Why not knight f3 if takes so you can get f4? Yeah, looks fine to me. Did I say that we couldn't play knight f3? I just don't recall being very anti-knight f3. It's always weird. I don't understand what you mean, but yeah, sure, knight f3. It's like someone comes into the position and they're like, wait, what? I'm on. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Why not queen e2? And it's like, I don't know. I didn't talk about queen e2. Looks fine to me. I don't know. Some accusations here. I didn't talk about your knight f3. Yeah, why not? I don't know. I feel like it's a low player-ism to say why not this. As you get higher and higher rated, I think you will remove those words from your lexicon. Like they're just they're not very intellectual words. Actually, why not this? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think when you listen to strong players analyze, you'll never hear them say, why not this? You might hear them say, what about this? But not why not. Strange terminology. So you can maybe add 100 ELO points to your rating by just not ever saying that again. Community sips, yes. Me with coffee and the community with Jaeger. This game looks very low T to me. I'm gonna return to it in a sec. If knight b6, I guess queen d4. I feel like this is an achievement for white though. c4, c6, queen a4. And usually the point of this is that you want to take and force the queen to take. And if black puts something in the way, then you take, and well, it's kind of nice, I guess, to have black take like this, because now black's knight wants to be here on that square. It's much better. But it's stuck on d7, which is not so good. So for example, white's just played this move. Let's say that black plays this now. Here. I mean, even this. The point is, the knight on d7 is really bad. It's really bad. Knight b6, queen b3, and again, there's a4 coming up the board. So it's something small, but I think it's well, I think it's quite impactful. Sounds like a line I might hit someone with on Tinder. Now, Clarissa. Might be small, but it's impactful. This is correct, Captain Micmac. Is this the Svidler approval stream? Actually, I'm watching Svidler commentate beside Amon, and every time Amon says something that Svidler has already said, I let him know. Once in a while that might happen, you know? I get, what does the Asser like to say? Even the blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Is knight b6, c4, d6 too slow? Yeah, it's slow, and yeah, I mean, it can happen, but it's definitely slow. For sure. White's going to have an edge there. Very easy moves for white. Can we try to get Magnus on a Chessbrah broadcast? What does that mean, Bazmaniac? Can we try as in, can you guys try? Can we try as in, can Eric and I try? What do you mean by that? Good morning, Eddie. Are you up for the factory, buddy? It's Sunday? What does that mean? No work? Really? I thought you worked every day, Eddie. I always hear about you heading to the factory. But I tell you, you with a day off is a very pleasant, is very, very nice news to hear. I'm very happy to hear that. I think black's development is going to be a little strange here. If knight b6, you know, as soon as you move the bishop, then there's a4, a5 as well. And you play a5, then suddenly you're tied down to this knight, and white's just going to... Basically, white just plays symmetrical, except the difference are these knights, and the difference is stark. And yeah, knight c4, probably just this anyway. Knight d6, like you can't move the bishop as well. Rook c1. I mean, maybe this pawn is hanging, but the point is, like, yeah, e6 doesn't feel good to do. I feel like white's slightly better. I'm wondering what setup we can go for. Maybe white doesn't even go here, by the way. It's absolutely an idea to go d3, castle, like, for sure. For sure. Um, but I always like a pawn on d4 when I see knight on d7. It's usually very strong, so. E6 is counterintuitive, absolutely. I'm never ever happy to play e6 as black. But if you don't play e6, then your d-pawn is not really supported. So I don't know, I'd play d4. This is what Eric's dealing with. It's always weird, this knight on d7, but Eric's gonna get castled. It's just that middle game. Handling that middle game is gonna be so annoying, I find. I think the pairing is not. I mean, it's round 7 Nordic, right? If you're playing for basically a medal position in the European Club Cup, can you really expect in the final round to be playing a team weaker than this? I don't think so. I think that's just unrealistic. So I don't think the team pairing is super tough. Also, they have some older grandmasters on the lower boards, like Luke Van Whaley. Luke is he's an older dude. Luke Van Whaley, Tregibov, like, you know, these aren't the young guns. To me, the older generation like myself, and then this is the even older generation, these should be the vulnerable lads. You know, you need the young energy to take them down. So, I don't know. This team is not full of, like, super scary opponents. Even Volcaturo, not super scary. I'm more frightened of, you know... yeah, exactly. Van Willie's killing it. I'm more frightened of, like, the Nihal Sarens of the world, like, that kind of stuff. But Luke is on form. That's the scary part. I just feel like if I have to pick between a young 26-30 and an older 26-30, I feel like the younger lad is going to be a tougher pairing. Okay, he did take and he did go for c4. That was my my thought there. Eric is in a slow opening position, only move 6, so we'll come back to it. Let's check out this position. Christensen has just played knight to c3. And takes, gotta take back. I don't think there's anything like this. I saw that, Eddie. It's only the preseason, though. Looking forward to taking down your Red Wings in the regular season, eh? We have some vlogs, Brando. The vlogs will eventually come out. But a little bit of footage is going to make the vlogs, which we're going to release pretty regularly. And apart from that, no, not a ton of footage, honestly. But that's all going to pick up a lot more this month. September was quite busy. It pretty much only just got announced, and then I've been waking up at 8 a.m. covering these games, so I haven't had a ton of time or energy. Rookie 1, Queen E2. So here's the thing, like, if black plays bishop d6, then after Rookie 1, you have to make some concessions. White wants to play Queen h5 from what I can see. So let's say black plays bishop here. Solid, right? Covering the e-file. I definitely look at, okay, maybe we should start with this. But my point is after castles, for example, that queen h5 exists. And that's meaningful. And if you go bishop d6 and then bishop e6, trying to think what happens here. Maybe this move anyway. Threatening queen takes d5. You can't castle. If you castle this way, then bishop g5. So I don't know. I can just see like a few. Queen h5 looks. Queen h5 looks like a very disturbing move. Plus black is a few moves away from castling, and castling queenside I'm not so sure is something I'm sold on. Honestly, I gotta say, I'm not super scared of long castling as black. It's not the worst. I know the b file looks scary, but realistically, how do you add pressure there? Right? Your queen, the pieces can't really access it too easily. So it's not the scariest, but it's more that I don't think you can get castled too easily without some pawns being loose. So bishop e7 played. If queen h5 right now, then what does black do? Because bishop e7 compared to d6 means that if black castles now, there's no bishop g5. Like, let's say bishop here. This move only does so much. Yeah, I don't really know. Don't know how to continue as white here. c4 is not too obvious. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a fine position, just nothing crazy. Can we take on h7? You can. That's definitely a way to make a lot of friends in the chess community. Everyone will want to play you. You'll be the most popular opponent. Queen e2, bishop a6. Yeah, queen e2 is a nice idea. My thing is that even after bishop a6 takes, queen takes on a6, king d7, and I still think that you have to prove to me that that's good. I almost agree that like maybe it's worth a send, but it's not totally clear. That's all. If I'm gonna give up a piece like that, I feel like I want it to be reasonably clear. So my instinct is that queen h5 first commits white to this, and I almost want to play a move like rook e1, because my thing is if I play queen h5 and they castle, or sorry, here, and then essentially if they castle, I might want the queen back here. So what I'm thinking is, can I make a move like rook b1 or rook e1, where these rook moves are rook moves that I always want on e1 and b1. No matter where black puts his king, I want rook e1 and rook b1 most likely. However, depending on where black puts his king, I may want my queen on a different square. So my strong feeling is that queen h5 initially is a little bit too much. So I would rather start with one of the rooks, wait for the king, and then decide what to do with my queen. I think it's a good principle in general. If you can do that well, try to make the least committal moves in the position. Try to make the developing moves that are always going to be good developing moves for you, regardless of the position, and keep flexibility with your other pieces. I mean, there's a reason that you're taught as a kid to develop your queen last. It's very committal. Like, in general, the bishops and knights all want to go to, like, within reason, the same kind of squares towards the middle. But the queen is like, you bring it out too early, the structure might change, and it's like, wait a minute, I want my queen all the way on the other side of the board. So there's a reason why you don't really move the queen out too early. Yeah, rook e1, long castle, bishop f4, indeed looks interesting. If white gets to play a bishop f4 move, that could work. Of course, I'm always concerned about stuff like this, though. You know, I'll always be naturally skeptical. That's correct, Goblin. That is correct. I think there's also some emotes. Well, there's some good emotes, Neil, but we have some boxing ones. I think I put 2 boxing ones. Is it Peepo Box or something? But there's 2 of them, so they can box each other in the chat. Anyhow, this position looks, I know it looks kind of symmetrical, equal, whatever. I think there's still some life in this. Rook e1, rook b1, queen h5. Some bishop f4 ideas. Previous game in this position? Is there one? Well, actually, the previous games are exactly what I'm saying. $19.99. Great. Here we go, boys. We're playing a game from 1999. Oh, that's pretty okay. We just need that to happen. We just need that to happen. Only one game here. And black won it. But yeah, I don't know what's going on in this game, eh? Aryan and Parham. Interesting. Interesting. Aryan and Parham probably looked at the game and thought, wait, what? I've done that before. This is impressive by Aryan, by the way, to win this game. Very impressive by Aryan, because I'll be honest with you, if I look at this position right here, so I think black played this move in the game, or anyway, if I look at this position right here, I actually unfairly judged this position as winning for white. I'll be honest with you. My brain tells me that this is winning for white. I just look at these just poverty pawns here. I look at this and my brain says that this is game over. Winning for white. Bishop e3, queen c2, knight e4, b3, like, and I'm definitely, I'm over exaggerating a little bit, but not a lot. My brain really does say that. However, it's just stylistic. I love playing this from the white side. However, that's why I'm saying it's so impressive. Aryan just beat Parham here because he just created chances. He brought the queen here. He eventually infiltrated, and I was pretty impressed by that game. So Urkadel is definitely going to have to do something impressive because you got Luke Van Whaley here, and Luke is like, you know, he's going to be interested in a slow positional game, and that's where he's still going to have that, 2600 plus class difference. So this might be a very interesting game. Rook d8 was just played. But personally, I think a very strong player needs to be playing with the black pieces here, because as soon as you misstep once, I think black just crumbles, like falls apart. That's right. Rook b8 was played in the previous game. And Rook b8 kind of makes more sense with this idea and maybe c4. Because then the queen has to retreat. And then queen f5 happened. Okay. Queen f5, by the way, threatens c4. So every move by Aryan just looks really crisp. Even here, this looks so good for white. But this queen is so damn annoying. It's tying the rook down. It looks so good for white here, still, to my eyes. But at the same time, black is, maybe going to make a pass pawn here eventually. And yeah, if you trade rooks, you're just taking on f2. So it's an impressive game, but I think you need to play super accurately. So we'll come back to this one. On the last board, we have the white pieces here. Man, is this chess these days? Have we even seen another opening than the goddamn Petrov? I'm seeing the Petrov everywhere right now. It is so trendy. Petrov is basically everybody's opening right now against e4. It's crazy. Yeah, knight c3 instead of d3. There's so many lines, though. That's the thing. So you can kind of take your pick. This one, though, with g6. I like it for white. Some energy here. Well, Jimmy Korek, I don't play e4 and I don't play e5. I am such an anti-Petrov player. I don't play either of the moves involved with the opening. By the way, a big decision from Bassem. He played d3 and not d4. And I think, yeah, okay. So let's say castles. Yes, Eric can play e5, but perhaps we'll see like bishop g5 here. Although, yeah, actually bishop g5. Because if h6 takes, ironically, there's 3 ways to recapture, and all of them lose a pawn. It's a little unfortunate. So I kind of like bishop g5. But yeah, in general, we're playing d3 as white. Maybe bishop f4 or e3. Rook over to c1. Or rook a to c1. Maybe b4. Queen b3. White's trying to just not commit the pawn fully. cover the e4 square. Bishop f5 doesn't look as good. Knight b6, there's no c4 square. So many of the same ideas for white as we previously saw, but black's knight has some additional options. So I don't know. I found d4 to be kind of oppressive, so I'll say that I think this is something that you'll take. I think you're happy enough. Aryan did take on e6. He played c4, rook b1. He's rerouting the knight, but I think he's going for some plan, maybe with f4 or just with knight e3 on the light squares. But I'm looking at Jordan's position, and it's looking pretty solid. You know, knight here, queen, rook, d5. It's easy to see how Jordan plays the game. And then Magnus's position. It's always cool to watch Magnus play. He played knight e8, knight d6, which, I mean, basically, how many games? Knight e2. And do you see the move knight e8 here? Pretty impressive stuff. Knight e8 from Big Mag. Rook e8, bishop f8. Yeah, a5, knight a6 forces a3. And while the bishops are on the board, and it might not be great for Magnus, you know, the knight is situated so perfectly. But Parham has probably reacted pretty decently to this. Parham's down on time, mostly because he's probably trying to figure out what the heck is going on, right, with that particular idea, knight e8, knight d6. So we've got knight a6. Magnus probably wants to continue bringing the knight to the middle. I don't see any merit for c5. Always have to leave that there. And b5 feels wrong for many reasons. Sometimes there's ideas to play b5, like if you get a4 though, and maybe sink the knight in. So, to be honest, that does make sense. But b5 here, I don't know. I don't get a great feeling from it. Although, to be honest, if you play a4 and knight c4, then like when you play b5, your plan is not to go b4, because then white probably just slots the knight to a4, and I don't think you're too happy there. But when you play b5, I think you want to play a4 and knight c4, and a4 will always keep your knight protected on the c4 square. Jagger Nair, thanks for the 8 months. I think the board points are third, Sravan. I think it's match, well, for sure match points, but that's always the first tiebreak in any team event, obviously match points. But then the second tiebreak, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's either the teams, I think it's the scores of the opponents that you've played against. I think that's what it is. I think it might be the board points of the teams you've played against. Maybe. It's like a weird number. I just don't know what it is. It's like a 100 plus number, so it's something like that. Well, Marius, I think if knight c7, then you don't really need... I think if you're playing knight c7, then you don't need knight c7 at all. Like, knight c7, b5. Why not just b5 right away? Knight c7 looks fine, but knight c7 in conjunction with b5 looks perhaps unnecessary. I like b5 now if you're going to play it, because white doesn't have a4. If I go knight c7, I feel that if I play b5, it's going to be met perhaps with a4, and I like my knight on a6 there. And if I have to play b4, then we're not happy with this at all. I don't think we want this. So that was my reasoning, was like, if you like the b5 plan, do it now with the knight on a6, and then bring the knight into the game later. And if you don't like the b5 plan, then agreed. Yeah, knight c7, knight e6. And yeah, you certainly don't want to play g5 here. The only way g5 works is if you immediately have some f5 stuff, but I think we're far from that. Queen f6, knight f5. I mean, I like the look of that in general. Is the bishop pair worth something? Absolutely. If we could get one of these bishops for knight, I would be happy. Queen f6, knight f5, though. Huh. Yeah. That's definitely something. Even something like this, you know, if f3, knight f5, knight takes d4, rook takes e1, queen f4. Although, you know, not sure how happy we are with this. Yeah, g5 feels super weakening. I do not like the move g5, that's for sure. Argin's game looks a little bit slow. Eric's opening is indeed slow, like him and his opponent. They're only on move 8. So I'm waiting for the middle game here. But of course, I think we're going to get castled. And then Eric has a decision to make, because e5 is kind of screaming to be played since white played d3 and not d4. But if you do, I'm looking at bishop g5. What happened in this one? Okay, he went rook e1, and then we saw long castle. So, what do we like here? Yeah, rook b1 feels necessary. Anytime you don't have a pawn on a file of yours, you should probably stick a rook on it. That's a good habit. But the fact that black's castled this side means that, yeah, there's no shenanigans over here. He is maybe thinking about this move, but I saw bishop to e6 and thought that it looked a little odd. Yeah, a4 could be a good send, a4, a5. Although after you get to a6, black just goes b6, so. I guess you could also try to go queen d2. I know it doesn't look very inspiring, but positions like this are always going to just be just fine, I think. Yeah, not much going on here. Queen e2. I guess bishop d6. Queen e2 just looks, I feel like it'll be misplaced in a sec. Bishop a6, eh, Eddie? I don't find that bishop a6 works though. Like, do you have a threat after bishop a6? I don't think so. So I think in general, if you can make a move and I give you another move and you don't have a good, don't have a good follow-up, like in this position, you could play bishop a6 and I could let you move again and you still wouldn't have a threat. Or like you wouldn't have a win or something, meaning that I don't think this move does anything. Rook b1 is the best looking move here. But not only immediately, but even a couple moves later, black always has bishop takes h2 and queen takes a6. Plus bishop c6 always seems to cover everything. Bishop takes b7, king takes, rook b1, king a8, and rook b8. I think black's just winning there. So after queen e2 here, yeah, I just feel like black plays rook e8 next. And maybe queen h4. So if you don't trade queens as white, if we don't want to trade queens, and what do we do? Queen h5 is still available. The ancient wonder. What's your logic with rook e5, buddy? What's your logic with rook e5? It's a great looking move that you've suggested repeatedly. What's your logic with that? If I see a move suggested by like a gifted sub, I'll usually I'll usually know it's the best move. It's a good compass to follow. Attack the pawn and double up. Attack the pawn and double up. Rook e5 was played, probably to attack the pawn and double up. I'm sure bishop g5, the actual whole point of the entire move. I'm sure you noticed that as well. Bishop g5 winning the game. Yes, rook e5 to double up, of course. Of course. A big idea here. Yeah, rook e5 looks good. Rook e5 looks like a great move, I'll tell you that. Rook e5. And now black loses a little bit of coordination because d5 is tender. Tender. Maddie Mort, thanks for the 2 months. And Chaudon, that's a long time. 31 months from Chaudon. I like the last couple moves by white. Queen f3. Okay, hitting a couple pawns here. And, bishop f4. Let's say you go bishop here. I'm curious what happens. Because if bishop f4, queen c6 perhaps. And now what? I almost want to play c4, but I don't think it works. Or queen a6 for that matter, but queen b6 looks better. Yeah, I'm not necessarily convinced here. It looks like a good position, but I'm not sure I'm convinced past that. Maybe bishop f5. After bishop f5, then I don't think we can take it because that pawn looks pretty valuable. But bishop f5, bishop f6, takes, question mark? I don't know how good this is. This can't happen, and our next move is bishop f4. Maybe there's some stuff, but again, black, has a lot of pressure. Queen c6 or queen a6 on the white pawns. So yeah, bishop e6 played, and white has some chances though. It's an imbalanced game. It looks symmetrical, but not quite. Rook d8 in this game. Bishop g5, rook d4, and queen c2. You just hit 1500 blitz for the first time. Congrats, Chaldon. That's very impressive, buddy. 1500, huh? I remember the days of matches. Trash Talk Tuesday. Saw a few of those. You definitely weren't 1500 then. Like to see the improvement. Okay, so we see c4. Takes. Maybe just castle. Because if queen h3, then bishop f6 will follow. Okay, so at least we do have some undoubling of the pawns, but still after taking, white's structure is better, no doubt. You want to be careful you're not getting some knight against bishop position, but I believe in the activity at the moment. I believe in the activity. Black is fully committed to guarding the e4 knight. But things like queen c2, knight c3, even bishop f4 here, these all make sense. I think white's actually got a good position here. This looks a little artificial. Bishop f5, yeah, you're clamping down here, but at the moment you can't even take because it's hanging. Hello, Valentinian. You believe in bills? You talking about the bills tomorrow? I will say, I don't think I've ever seen a pre-game line worse than the one against the Steelers. I've never seen a money line like that. Have you guys ever seen a money line pretty much almost at like minus 1,000 pre-game? I'm seeing like minus 900, minus 850, minus 900. That's insane for NFL. American football, Smokeahontas. I forgot. We must have almost exclusively Europeans here in chat. All the North Americans are drunk, passed out, or asleep. XDPS. You have to remember that the spamming privilege for 1 month subs is it's very minimal. It's It's very minimal. You're definitely close to the line. I'm enjoying your energy though, I have to say. I am enjoying your energy. Been here for years. Not on this account, you haven't. and and then maybe it's like, oh, if you it's like the classic. Oh, but you know, I have a Smurf. My rating's 2500, bro. I have a Smurf account, bro. Great, get on your Smurf. Sunday roast. I have no idea what that means, Poker Bros. Is that a Thanksgiving thing? No clue what that is. Yeah, I think the Bills are going to win as well, Val. But I've never seen a line like that. Minus 850, minus 900 is absolutely insane. They're supposed to be... The line is even at minus 14. They're supposed to win by basically more than 2 touchdowns. Which might be correct, honestly. They're pretty smart, those bookmakers. Every Sunday? Every Sunday? Roast meat, roast mashed potato, vegetable stuffing, gravy, etc. Oh my god, don't even say that. That just sounds disgusting. Every Sunday? That's an easy way to get a belly. Oof. That does not sound interesting to me. But I'm not a food bra, so I'm not gonna be convinced there very easily at all. Hello, second chance. I'm actually not really that tired at all. Had a little nap. I think it's always easier to look tired just because of the lighting and like it just looks very like I don't know. Nobody looks awake with the lighting that I have right now. It's just like the middle. It's like 6 a.m. It's like very dark out. What are you talking about, Orbis? You got potatoes, stuffing, gravy. You're telling me you're not going to get a belly having that every single Sunday for your entire life? Yeah. Good joke, buddy. Good joke. I've seen the UK bellies. They're not hiding from me. They're not hiding. Oh, Queen f6. Somebody suggested Queen f6, Knight f5 as an idea. And f3 was played. Very curious if we see Knight f5 here. Because there might even be something about trying to take and go e4. Queen takes bishop f2. Yeah, f3 played. Okay. This could pop off here. E4 is the intention. I mean, you can maybe not do it right away, but certainly if knight f5, it will be considered. There's the line I was doing. I don't know if this is any good. Black is up a pawn, but white's got this weird rook down here doing work. If queen here, then bishop g3 looks like it just wins. And in order to defend this otherwise, well, you can't. Queen d6 the only move, and then bishop g3 wins. So if you can't do that, then g6, but like, oh, bishop f5. That's strong, eh? Is it? It is strong. Yeah, it's strong. It's strong. Yeah. Took me a while. Like, bishop f5, there's a few lines to calculate, but bishop f5 does look correct. Which now makes me think that the better order to do things is to start with this. So now I'm threatening this. Now if you play g6, then I suppose we could try to take it. Man, these are some crazy lines. g6, bishop takes g6, bishop f5. What the hell is going on? Yeah, we can take on f8. Yeah, the difference between this line, bishop f5, is that if you play rook takes f8 here, it looks like you lose 2 pieces. But this is what I was thinking about last turn. You can play king takes h7, which is pretty crazy. But in this line with rook e8 first, now you can take here. Because there's no king takes bishop. And after you take back, white can just take here. Or here, doesn't matter. Well, actually, not there. It does matter, you get mated. But bishop f5. So, I'm not going to stay here at the moment just because it really depends what Magnus does. Knight f5 is my main consideration here. Bishop f5, though, also looks interesting. But this is sort of what I'm counting on. Is that queen takes here, there's bishop f2, stuff is hanging. Lots to calculate in this position, honestly. Oh, he just played b5. There we go. And he did it with the knight on a6, which I think this is the plan. You put the knight on d6, you play b5. White wants to make e4 work, but at the moment there's a loose pawn here. I think this will be a very interesting game. Is this still Miss Monique? It's another one of her sets, but yeah, it's still her. Tari just played d4. That's a crazy move. I love it. d4 takes. He wants to maybe play f3, knight g3, bring the rook. It's just that normally taking pawns like this looks really bad. And, well, okay, it looks really bad here. But calculate it out. White might just have a very good grip on the position. There's no breaks for black. This bishop is suddenly alive. It's an energetic move. Very energetic. I like the look of it. Hello, JK Russia. You're headed to bed, Val? Well, have a look at Eric's position as you say goodbye. There's just not many moves. That's why we haven't spent too much time here. Because the moves are coming in slow. Queen b4. This is the one thing about d3 instead of d4. The c5 square is available for black. If b6, which admittedly is not a great looking move, but it guards the knight and maybe prepares a5, bishop b7. b6, bishop e3, here, queen a3. I can see this working. Although I gotta say, this is tough to stop. Queen here, maybe knight b5. Yeah, knight c5, b6 played. There are some squares available for the white pieces. I think Eric wants to chase the queen with a5 next. Yes, Iverson. Eric did lose yesterday. Sad, sad. Okay, bishop f5 played. I think that's the right idea. He took a long time to play this. Bishop f6, and I guess he's going to go for the line that we looked at, right? I think he's going to go for bishop takes, pawn takes, rook back to most likely e2, so that you can get ready to double. And black can't play this because of check at the end winning. So maybe you'll do something like, I don't know, rook e8. And then bishop f4. And, you know, white has some play with queen g4 and against the e6 pawn. But still, black's solid there, but I like the outlook for white. There's a chance to make something happen in this game. So really, really stressful game trying to play for a win because of the pawn structure over here, but at least it's double-edged there. Okay, and then this one, we saw exactly what we expected. Rook takes, white structure is better. He's about to play bishop takes knight. Loke Van Welly is playing it in a very measured style. He's not allowing for too much random counterplay. So, if I'm looking at all the boards right now, just as an overall outlook, I like our chances on this board here. I think Tregebov's position is not spectacular with black. His bishop doesn't have clear direction either. This pawn structure is perfect against the bishop on g7, and white can easily play. Like, this bishop doesn't have prospects here. Yes, it can go to e6, but we have like rook e1, a4, maybe pawn c5 if that. Also, the knight jumps in easily, and bishop to one of these two squares. I just think the quality of white's pieces is better than the quality of black's. So I like Haldorson's position here. This game, I think, is objectively decently close to equal, maybe, but I love white's game. I've liked the way white has set things up pretty much since the beginning. So I'll always favor the positional approach here. And because of that, I would give the edge to Luke Van Welly. But Urkadal, like, he's been solid the entire event. He hasn't lost. So if he can just keep up that energy, make a draw here, that'd be big. But I think slight edge to white. So I like our chances here. We have good chances for a draw here, but slightly worse, I would say. Here, I think it's honestly about even. But at least it's double-edged. And again, Christensen hasn't lost in this event yet. He's still undefeated, and he's played every game. So, you know, takes, and that line we looked at with rook e2, bishop f4, I think there's still good chances for white. So again, maybe some chances, but objectively very close to equal. Eric's gone for a5. I think we'll see queen a3, and then it was that position I wasn't sure how to handle it for Eric. Maybe with some energy, some kind of sacrifice somewhere. Because after queen a3, even b4 is an idea. So if Eric moves the bishop somewhere, I don't know, here. I don't know if there's any kind of comp for black. But a5's been played. I expect this. We could get queen h4, by the way, with bishop h6, which is actually a really reasonable option. The only reason I am thinking maybe he won't do it is just because queen a3 is more attractive to win the pawn. But queen h4 looks like a very nice move. Queen A3. Going for the just kind of the obvious attack on the knight because Eric's moves Queen C7, Queen D6. I think they get met by Knight B5 nicely. Not too sure though. Or even just Rook C1, right? And then some ideas like that. Hesky for life, thanks for the 23 months with Prime. Hesky, keep it a buck with me. Are you an ACM? Are you one of the first ACMs in the channel? Big Hesky. We want to celebrate our titled players, our titled achievements. You are an ACM? That's actually impressive. Until I see ACM displayed on your FIDE profile, I don't take it seriously, but I do believe you. Go Hesky. Okay, so in this position, honestly, it feels like Eric's on the back foot here on time, and he just needs to solve one or two problems here. I think he needs to survive about 3-4 moves as black before we're really comfortable. So he's still struggling here. Still trying to get out of this opening. We're on move 12, and he's down, almost 20 minutes. In terms of this game, Aryan just played d4. I love the energy behind the move. I do. F3, knight e3, queen d3. Jordan is a tough player, and he's played so solidly that it's hard for me to imagine that white, has it here. But I love the move d4, and Aryan is certainly playing for the win. He's got the white pieces. Some chances. And what the hell happened here? Magnus still thinking, because Parham, after b5, played bishop f2, trying to guard d4. He's not quite ready to play this because the knight is hanging, but maybe knight h5, knight g3, and then e4. So in my opinion, Parham has a clear plan of moving the knight and playing e4. This game is up for grabs. I think Parham's actually playing it pretty well as white here. Magnus came with this very interesting new idea, knight e8, knight d6. And if I had to guess, I would say Parham's reacting pretty decently. So this game is literally 50-50 for sure. Magnus is playing very enterprising, loose chess. What is this, Hesky? Is this your profile? FIDE Online Arena rating? But you have to pay for the title, right? That's what I'm wondering. Did you actually complete the transaction? Yes. The FIDE Online Arena. How many games? Blitz 100. Yeah, Blitz 100. There we go. So that's done. A total of 30 euros. And that's 25 euros premium fee and then 5 euros title fee, right? This is some dedication, indeed. But here's the thing. It's fully, right? Online arena candidate master. It's fully possible for everybody to become a titled player. Like, do you see what I mean? I wonder what this means. Not a licensed player. What the hell does licensed mean? Do you have to pay for that as well? I don't remember what licensed is. Maybe you've never played in a real life tournament or something. They're just like, who the hell is this guy? So it is true. We do have a chat member who is an arena candidate master officially. Wow. Very impressive. Very impressive. So now, Heskey, we will be leaning on you in difficult positions. You're now a title player, and that puts you above pretty much everybody in the chat. Like, there are very, very few people who can say anything to you right now. You're titled, and guess what? They're not. Everyone in chat needs to put some respect on Heskey's name now. You guys are in the presence of a titled player. Yes, Titled Tuesday. The future is bright for you, buddy. The future is bright. Haldorsson is playing a good game so far, by the way. Wow. Gory is at a penthouse drunk. Oh my goodness. Patron, ladies, TwitchCon Gory has been activated. My goodness. Be on the lookout for Gory Hole in a city near you. Go Gory. Yes, I believe so, Poker Bros. I believe so. That's correct, Ralph. Our buddy Houdinovic getting back with 62 months. That's 5 years and a stern commitment to the next one. To number 6. Thanks for 62 months. A tier 3, of course. We must remember our tier 3s. Thank you, Houdinovic. A very, very early day of commentary. Been here for a good minute. It's a very tough team we're up against. They've got Parham, Jordan, Bassem, and then Volcaturo, Luke Van Wely, and Tregubov. So just start to finish a pretty good team. I'm very happy with the last board here. Haldorsson has a great game against Tregubov. Urkadal to me is worse here. And the position bothers me. Eddie, what do you think of this? I've always liked white here. I continue to like white. Eddie, are we just dead in this game? Is there any hope for black? Eddie is likely going to have a pessimistic opinion. Heskey, what do you think? Heskey is a title player. We can ask Houdinovic as well, but obviously we'll defer to the highest ranking title first, ACM. Heskey, what do you estimate black's chances are in this position? Yeah, white's intending this, like rook c1. This rook, this pin is just nasty. Because if you ever play like rook here, I mean, this is just disgusting. No, it's just awarded online, Cheeks. Ugh. Can't even look at those pawns for too long. It starts to hurt. Alright, and on this board, pretty much what I was talking about happened. I think this is a reasonable try for white. You can put some pressure on this guy, play bishop e5. There's going to be pawn weaknesses here for white, but a big, big weakness right in the middle of the board for black. Louis, no, I do not. Yeah, so Eric has just played e6, and yeah, I think it's gotta be a pawn sack here. Takes, and I think this might be a longer term pawn sack, like just rook e8 or something, or even knight d7. Knight d7, rook b8. Yeah, I think he wants this and rook b8, and then knight d7. Something like that. This pawn structure is strong. White's going to be missing his dark square bishop. I think that if we see Eric successfully give up that pawn, I'm saying it like as a challenge, like hope he can give up a pawn here. But if he can give it up, get the dark square bishop, then at least his moves are a lot easier to play. He's down 20 minutes. I'd rather see him down that pawn and just playing naturally. Wow, g3 intending e4 from Parham. Big par. Time for a refill. Time for the bathroom. I'll be right back. But I'm going to leave the Magnus game on just for a sec here. The boards are all pretty tense right now. Nothing decisive. It's really hard to say. But we're in the last round of the event right now, playing for second place, maybe first place. Certainly playing for a podium finish. And all the matches are tense. And we're not necessarily rating favorites on any of the boards except the first board. So I will be right back. Stay where you are. BRB. Hello, Eddie. Oof. Magnus is all my instincts about getting this e4 break say that it should be good for white. Magnus has a lot of pieces on the last rank here, but this move is kind of what he's relying on, I'm guessing. G3 to guard the knight. E4, yeah, E4 is hard to stop. And B4. So, first of all, if you leave it, right, then you're kind of just dropping this pawn. Maybe that's playable, though. If you take with the knight, there's queen takes c6. And if you take with the bishop, then first of all, there's bishop takes on c4, which already might be enough, but there's also this. And I can only see tactics working for white here. Knight takes d5. No, this has got to be very, very bad. Slag it? Probably not, no. We've already seen other moves, and there's so many complicated things happening here that it's pretty senseless to analyze what could have happened in the past. So no, I don't think I'll dive into that line. Yeah, well, Doomsday, as I said, like if I just look at this position, hey, it's Magnus Carlsen, but that's not going to stop me from being objective. I've seen this type of attack against the queen side before, and it should not work. It really shouldn't work. Right, there's only 2 pieces off the back rank. White has done pretty much everything correctly, right? All the pieces are where they should be, it feels like. G3 just to defend the knight, then E4, black played queen f6 and queen back to d8, right? Like if this wasn't Magnus with the black pieces, if it wasn't, then I don't think we would have as much leniency. Knight e8, knight d6, so the knights move 3 times. And then the knight develops, to a6, and you play b5, so it's clear you have a plan there. But you've also played queen f6, and then all of a sudden, the queen goes back to d8. And then you play b4. So, absolutely feels like Parham is... I think he's got a good grip on this position. The time advantage is helpful, but I will say it doesn't feel like a position where Parham needs to spend a lot of time. From now. He just played pawn takes. I thought, maybe knight a4 was good as well, but yeah, pawn takes, I didn't even properly consider that, but Magnus is definitely appreciably worse here. I don't know. I'm not liking this position. Something's wrong here. I don't know what you think about this position, guys, but the tactics are all flowing. And guess what? They're flowing for the guy who's got all his pieces on normal squares and kind of developed. So Magnus is up 15 minutes, which is significant. But Parham probably also feels like he's got the position under control. There's... I don't think there's too much for him to be unsure of, put it that way. Right? He knows that he's made a good move here. He knows he's better. So Magnus pulling something out of this game would be super impressive. Hello to WCM Emily. An early morning for WCM Emily. All right, Aryan. Let's check his game. He went for d5. Knight here. I assume we'll see queen b3. And then it might be time to boot that knight out with g3. Yeah, queen b3, g3. This pawn is also hanging on d6, which is quite relevant. And if takes, I think we'll take that way. So wait, are we going to see something like takes? Takes. What about this? Because here, we don't even... wait a minute, what's happening here? First of all, knight... Knight takes e4 is threatening literally mate in one. Plus, I didn't even notice that. I just thought knight d4 was a strong move. And after you take here, there's no way that taking this way is the intention, is there? Is that really what he's gonna do? I think he almost has to, right? That's wild. Now, no. I feel like you just target this pawn. There is knight e3 and g3, but that feels so defensive for white. XOAs, thanks for 44 months, buddy. The thing about Magnus and his team is that, you know, he leads from the front. If we don't see Magnus with a draw or win, and Magnus loses, then most likely his team is going to lose the match, like just basically all the time. But still a lot of game to play. He needs to pull something out against Parham. So I think he has to play e takes d5 here, which is a disturbing situation for Aryan, right? He has to play this way. I think this is a concession. I'm looking at Black's position, and I feel like Jordan has done it in a nice way. Bishop a3, queen a6. And do we think that Aryan just missed this move? Like, he thought he was just taking this pawn, but queen a6, and after takes, c5 happens, and do you get trapped in here? By the way, I don't even know if this is the intention. It could just be queen takes here. But I was thinking that there might be some idea to trap the bishop. You don't maybe fully trap it because you have this, but it doesn't feel right. So, Aryan's, I think, worse here. Eric against Bassem, and yeah, he did not take that. Bassem played b4. But after b4, at least Eric's move was pretty much instant, you know? There's only so many things you can think about as black, and if the guy's not going to take the pawn you're offering, you're going to go back. And yes, there's a pin against this rook, which is why it couldn't be taken. But if white takes here, I mean, you just take back with the rook, most likely. But yeah, now the bishop on g7 looks great. It's Eric's development that just needs to be completed, and then we'll be okay again. Bishop b7, waiting for that to happen. White will play like rook b1, rook c1, I think. So some very sweaty games on the top boards. Magnus is still thinking. And what do we have here? Bishop f4, queen a6, and queen d3. Probably a good move, and yeah, this is more or less what I expected from the position. I think white is slightly better, probably not in winning territory at all, maybe not even close. But I will say I think white is slightly better, and yeah, he can play this position. No, there won't, Sean. There will not. So I don't mind this for Christensen, but objectively very close to draw. This game, on the other hand, a5, a4, and queen a6. Ugh. I don't know. It's tough. You're down on time and just dealing with this weird, weird position. Because white always has an option to play like bishop takes f6 and just get a nice, easy knight against bishop game. But on top of that, I'm struggling to find the moves for black. So let's say rook b8, making a threat. How do we continue here? Knight a4? Knight a4 is an issue. Big issue. Okay, so a3 jumps out then. If this can just be taken, and it looks like it can, then, I mean, we almost need to play this, right? a3, and then if b3... Knight e4, but there's rook c6. And this should just be lost. So then you have to play like, yeah, it's really rough because this pawn is loose. Hey, Bazmaniac. Oh, I think I just looked at that line, didn't I? Also, we are on board 5. I think that line just loses, unfortunately. Rook takes c6 at the end of it. It's a nice idea, but yeah, I just put it on the board. I think Luke has been playing really well. Apparently he's 4.5 out of 5 in the event, so he's just having a killer event. Can we do anything here? Queen b3, bishop e6, takes, queen c8, and white to play. Yeah, to be fair, it's simplified so much, and it looks like black has some really easy knight moves. Like, you would normally look at knight e5, and it looks great, but I think black has some knight moves. So if knight e4, I'm not sure what white does. This is also playable next. Rook c1. If c5, I mean, this will always be fine for black, more than fine, probably. Yeah, I think this is just good for black. Lots of counterplay. I'm not feeling like this is as, not winning, but I don't feel like it's as good as it was before. Is Magnus going to lose this? Well, he's certainly worse. Decidedly worse. But yeah, it's looking like, you know, very, very tough position on this board. Queen takes a2 is the plan. Yeah, it's looking worse on this board. Maybe we draw this one. I would say it's slightly better here for us, although draw still seems likely. So Eric's game and Aryan's game are very pivotal right now. Very pivotal. White went rook b1 and took on a5. Eric cannot really take with the pawns, so it will be rook takes a5. And now white has a choice, like queen d6, queen b4. I think we'll see queen b4. Queen d6 does have some logic to it, but it somehow feels a little bit exposed. And queen b3. Actually, queen b3 is nice as well, but again, knight c5 feels like it could haunt you a bit later. And queen b2 you'd never want to do. So yeah, queen b4 played. Makes sense. Move 16. Also, the time's evened out a little bit more. I do prefer to see Eric in this position compared to ones that we've seen. Takes rook to d8 and bishop to c1. And yeah, Aryan is just slightly worse here. Like, I feel, I'm not sure, but a4 queen b5 could be a plan. The knight needs to jump to e3 in the event that that pawn gets attacked. And for the moment, I'm not sure if we're threatening to take it. Maybe we are. But g3 as well to boot the knight out. You like the queen sacks, Eddie? Wow. Takes knight d6 played. And honestly, fairly quickly by Magnus. Knight to d6. Big Parham. Huh. So if I don't know, knight a4. Takes, and Magnus is I think is he going for bishop b7? This is not so clear. Because that g3 move you might come to regret. And I believe you will. Yeah. Yeah, bishop b7. So maybe some high energy moves like this and just 3 pawns rolling down the board, but Magnus with an extra piece. At least we can say that after knight d6, Magnus is trying to make it very imbalanced. But this could be a totally wild affair. It's a good way to put it. Lord Iverson. Magnus Carlsen is playing high stakes with a bad hand. I like that. Eric just played queen a8. Yeah, this pawn was always a goner. But remember, Eric was ready to lose that pawn multiple moves ago. So the fact that he's offering it again should be no surprise. Let's say bishop takes here. Takes. I wonder... where he's going to put that bishop. Maybe just to c6. Knight d7 or something. And I imagine this is extremely close to equality. This knight will be targeted soon, and so will that pawn. Eric's position looks like he can't do anything. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, rook c8 looks like a pretty logical move next. And you're always welcoming this. Well, it's a loss of a pawn, but I think you're always happy to see it. Knight g4 also can't be understated. Could be quite a strong move. And if you meet that with bishop d4, then maybe e5 d4 happens then. Did we see the bishops exchange? We did. And the fact that black got the rook to f3, I think this one is definitely headed to draw territory. I don't think either player should be losing this. This is the final rounds of this, so we'll definitely know more after this round is over. But Eric is currently playing basically exactly at his rating. So he's scoring the expected result for his rating against the opponents he's played. After bishop here, rook back to c8. And if you take, you have to play now knight d2 because knight e3 doesn't work. Knight d2. And yeah, it just feels like, easy reroutes for Jordan. Well, quick, Josh, there's been a lot more games than just that, right? It's not like he's only played 2 games. If he was playing around his rating and there was only 2 games and you knew that he lost to 2500, then what you're saying is absolutely correct. But there's been more games than that, so you can make up the rating performance in a lot of different ways. Okay, I guess we're seeing this. Knight d2. And then maybe h3. Okay, we're stuck playing defense on this pawn. Also, queen a5 looks like a strong move. Looks kind of annoying. Just feels right, just like x-rays the position properly. Oh, this is all on the board. He did go knight a4. He did take back, and wow, I thought we were gonna see bishop b7. So what's the problem with that? Knight b6. Knight b6. For some reason, I didn't notice this move. For some reason. Hey, Andy, is Yoda. Light square bishops having a bad day. Are you talking about in Eric's game? Or what? Because, I mean, the light square bishop for white in Eric's game is pretty good. Eric's is not. Not great. So Magnus is thinking here because it does look like bishop b7, knight b6 is pretty strong. Jordan just played knight d7. This doesn't look like a good game for Buddy Aryan here. The knight's gonna reroute. Pawn is so weak. Like, it's It's really unfortunate, guys, but I think Aryan is in a bad spot here. So if I'm looking at all the games, Magnus doesn't appear to be in a great spot. Aryan does not appear to be in a great spot. I feel like Eric has done well enough here. He's equalized the time. He's ready to give up that pawn and sack material. I think Eric is okay. Very drawish. This game, extremely drawish, but actually, I would go ahead and make the draw soon because black is getting some ideas like b6, c5, and these rooks are really strong like this. This position, is this the current position? Yeah, rook b4 has been played. He's down on the clock here is Urkadal, who's on the team. But he has come up with a pretty nice threat, actually. Ooh, okay. And knight d2, knight e4. Intending also maybe knight d6. It's feeling like the best result we can hope for in this game. Maybe we can still win it. It's very close to draw. This game, I think we're happy with a draw. This game, we're happy with a draw. This game, draw looks likely. But honestly, Eric's position is seems like the most malleable. Like, there's still life here. Eric is up on time. You know, we're kind of wondering, is Bassem going to cash in that pawn, which has been hanging for a while? This position looks worse for Aryan, and this position looks worse for Magnus. So, some tough spots to be in. Eddie's still here with his funny commands. Rook b8 needed by Magnus. But, ugh, we're in a tough spot now, aren't we? But Magnus plays so quickly. Like, he's definitely worse here, but he's got that world champion swagger to him. He's in a worse position, clearly. He's playing quickly. And that's what they teach you. When you're worse position, trust your instincts, play fast. Rook f5. I think we'll see a draw in this game. I do. Rook e3 can absolutely be played. If white wants to play for something, and I think he probably should, then rook e3 is the move. Because if you look at all the matches, I think you want to keep this one going as white. The only problem is that black's position is so damn solid. G5, for example. So yeah, I would expect rook e3 here. Yeah, this rook here doesn't do much. This position has been bothering me for a long time. Just looks so damn strong. Parham is also he's coming at Magnus, knight c5. Magnus replies instantly with knight b5. Magnus is definitely using the clock here. I don't think he wants to, do a 15-minute think and put this game right back to even time. I'm not sure they're quiche lover, but for Magnus, maybe one pawn, which is a lot. D5 hangs, D4 hangs if you move the knight. I mean, we can look at some basic captures, like knight takes here, bishop takes. There's no taking here. So you gotta move this, but then knight takes D4. These moves are playable, but yeah, it gets dicey for sure after like rook there. And if you take this, rook takes, I guess. No, AB Shakespeare, I do not think so. Knight hanging and maybe knight takes, knight intended. Queen c4, perhaps. Yeah, what's he doing against this, actually? Serious question. Wow, I actually thought that the queen was trapped for a sec. Takes here, and if bishop here, the queen looks maybe close to trapped, but there's queen e8, and maybe what he wants is this? But no, this doesn't, it just doesn't seem like enough. It seems a little bit soft. Yeah, I don't know. White always has a way out of this. So bishop takes b5 is for sure my candidate move. Takes and queen c4. And I'm honestly wondering how to handle that. Could sack the exchange? Well, how? Rook takes c5? It's kind of what we just looked at. Like a similar version. So what I'm wondering is after bishop takes here, okay, this move is forced. Actually, no, hang on a second. It's not forced. What am I saying? You can play knight takes c5. Although, yeah, okay. Is this all right? Maybe it's not all right. Takes. What the hell is going on in this game, by the way? What is going on in this game? Rook takes b5. Queen c4, and I've been like struggling here. Does he just go back? Yeah, maybe that. Such a weird move, just rook back to b8, but maybe that's it. Knight b5, and the pressure on the clock is real, guys. 38 minutes to 20 minutes and ticking down. Aryan against Jordan. He has played that move h3. We need a big hold from Buddy Tari here. Eric's gone, well, yes. Rook c1, rook c8. Eric's moves all make sense. He's also building a little bit of a time advantage right now. I think Eric's game is turning around nicely. It's also kind of nice to have bishop f8 available. Might be useful. And here, white is still thinking, maybe because he wants to play for a win. I'm not too sure. But takes, rook e2 takes, rook e3 all look likely. I feel like he's going to play rook e3. But he might take if he's feeling like sort of solidifying that draw. As for this one, rook takes c6 is very likely. a3 is hanging though, pretty loose. Yeah, if queen h3, then we'll see bishop takes f6, no doubt. And then maybe the knight can move and save that a-pawn. So our buddy Urkadal is playing with the black pieces. Need a big result from him. Rook b8, rook e1. Again, I still think Haldorsson is playing well. I think this is a good game by him. Yeah, it sort of seems like that, Shivam. Although there's nothing really wrong with Bassem's game. It's just that it somehow has the most playability in it. This one is maybe going the roughest. Still, black, this a3 pawn is ripe for the taking. Not super obvious. Queen h3, hopes and dreams of checkmate. Queen b3, let's say, is the other way to do it. And bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. I mean, pawn takes just looks kind of crazy. Maybe it's good though. But bishop takes. If knight c5. Queen takes a3. You know, black's kind of holding it together here a little bit. Maybe rook c8. Yeah, rook c8 kind of looks like something. That looks like something. Yeah, this is actually really bad for black. Only move that I can see is like one of these two. Are there predictions or something on these games? Not really. I mean, I'm just kind of predicting. Okay, some moves in Eric's game. Let's flip that damn board. Finally, he takes that pawn. Bishop is loose. Bishop c6 looks like a big consideration here. But Eric's game definitely has the most going on that it has all game right now. Eric's down a pawn, but he's got the bishop pair. Okay, bishop pair is not fantastic, but Eric's bishop on g7 is great. Probably the best minor piece on the board. Bishop c6, and I was thinking after knight e5, there is an idea to just play knight d7. And, you know, essentially if this knight's being attacked, I think black always has great pressure here. This is hanging, that's gonna be hanging. And yeah, this moves like rook a6 as well. But also after knight e5, I think Eric has a good option maybe to play bishop e8. It's just knight d7 looked like a better version of that. Can d4 be played by white? Certainly d4 can be played, yeah. There's no doubt about that. Not there. I was definitely talking about playing it here. I think d4 shuts the bishop down, right? That's white. That's black's best piece. So you were on to the right track, Mrs. Chicken Wing. Just take the W. The time is good. We're up 10 minutes here. But yeah, d4 makes sense. White wants to play e3. Because then you're saying, look, you're not winning this pawn because my knight's here. And if I guard my knight and stop you from hitting it, then that should be achieved. Some really, really crazy games here. Guys, the line that we just looked at is on the board. Parham missed it. I mean, you guys are really engine warriors. Do you know how ridiculous the move rook e5 looks here? You guys are really on the fucking engine juice. Oh my god, Magnus is losing. Oh my god, he missed it. Like, dude, rook e5? I don't even know what the fuck. What is rook e5? This is some Kool-Aid. Some Kool-Aid from the chat. I suggested this because I actually thought this was winning on the spot. Or like, not winning on the spot, but very, very good. Because these lines were working for white. I couldn't see anything. And then, what line did I just calculate? And all of a sudden I understood. I was like, Magnus wants to play this, queen c4, and play rook b8, which he just did. And it's such a wild situation. But the knight is being hit, and even though you're literally hanging a piece here, after you take queen takes d5, and suddenly Magnus's position looks great again. f3 is hanging, pressure on a3. If you take, then, you know, there's going to be a bunch of things hit depending on how you recapture. So rook b8, it's just, from this position, it really is hard to foresee the move. Rook b8. That's a very odd looking move. It is. It's not one that you normally expect here. So this is some pretty sick stuff. Morning shirts. Probably don't see me around this early, do you, bud? We might have some people waking up for the usual commentary time of 8 a.m. soon. So we might have some people trickling in that are like, oh yeah, well, how are the games just started? Nope. We started 3 hours ago. Rook b8 is a very cool move. Just, it's so simple. It's like, you go here and then you just move the rook back. But it's actually really complex to play an idea like this. And this was all Magnus muddying the waters with knight d6. Like, it looked to me like the position was so bad here. How Magnus created something, like a position so murky that it was actually good again, is beyond me. It's very impressive. Fair enough, shirts. You got a point there. It's been a while. So, Magnus, very resourceful lad. But now the pressure is really on Parham because Parham spent a lot of time on takes and queen c4. Now, I don't know this for sure, but what I think is he spent a lot of time calculating here and didn't spend a lot of time on rook b8. I don't think he did. I think he spent a long time calculating a lot of the other lines. Rook b8 is the simple answer, but he might have just not given it enough credit, you know? Yes. No evals. No evals. Boo evals. How long has that been going on, Shirts? I mean, I think I knew you guys were seeing one another, but I didn't know like since when or like how long. But obviously, yeah, that takes up a lot of time. You guys been like just visiting or like living together? It sounds like it's been for an extended period. But that's both Sag, but also Glad. Sag for obvious reasons. Glad also for obvious reasons. A little more time for Shirts in the stream. Guys, could we see a big flip here? 11 minutes for Parham. Is Big Mag gonna flip the entire game? I feel like he's got the energy, the momentum with him now. Parham is now struggling. Aryan and Jordan. Aryan has been honestly it's been getting worse and worse every time I look at the position, sadly. Got to keep it a buck with you guys. Yeah, Queen A5. Jordan's just playing a super good game. Aryan's position is just depressing. So it's been getting worse and worse, and Jordan is like way up on time. His position is crushing. So I think we're losing this board, and I've said that for a while. Eric's game is definitely a key one. 97, queen down here, bishop f8. Some energy for Eric here. Get that bishop out. Bishop here. We might see what the queen goes over. And this isn't so obvious. Bishop here. White could play rook c2. And yeah, white wants to play e3, maneuver some pieces. Eric has some important decisions to make here. Because you could also go e5, like super aggressive. But I feel like you kind of want to leave this pawn structure intact. Because it's like, then it's just solid for the long term. How about these other games? I think white did play rook e3, which I was expecting, and yeah. G5 is just such a good restricting move. Black might go like this. I feel like Christensen is trying to leave chances for white to try to win, but ultimately I think this will be a draw. This game, we really need to not lose. I will say that. It doesn't look as bad as Tari's game, but the time situation is dire. How about this last board here? We're definitely playing well on this board. Some chances here. Rook b1, bishop to f5, perhaps, although that can be met with f3. So yeah, rook b1 is not a bad idea. Bishop c5 and knight a4. Bishop d6. I like, because if Rook there, it actually gets trapped with knight c5. And what if rook here? Out of curiosity. Because technically you could try to win material. Actually, you could play this. Go for knight f6, check. So that's one option, which could be very nice. The other one I was thinking was this, and if rook c8, you can try and get this. I feel like giving the two bishops and easy targets for black, though, is not the way to play. I like his game, though. Haldorson has put in a good game thus far. He's up on time, and he's still... I think he's been better for most of the game. I've always liked his position. Tari is... I've never liked his position, put in perspective. Eric has played bishop f8, and white did play queen d2. So the time is evening up here. All of Eric's moves have made sense. Knight b6 can't quite happen because of the rook. White's up a pawn. Black has the two bishops. White is no doubt better here, but I feel like Eric can equalize this, or the advantage for white here is not too significant. This game is the important one. Magnus, what the hell is going on here? Rook b8, a4 takes. Right, a4. So takes, and now what? Bishop e6. I think that's going to be sacked for. I mean, maybe rook d1 is playable, but I I have a feeling he's going to take it, right? Otherwise, what do you do as black? Bishop a6 feels wrong. There's no way that's good enough. Also, bishop b7. Playable. If c6, rook c8. I just get the strong feeling that, like, no, there's no way. There's no way this works for black. Feels very sketchy. I guess we'll leave it out of the chat for now, Sam. In general, though, you want to be subbed before posting links. Most links not from subs will just get timed out. And anyway, that list is not like official data, right? It's also just strong speculation, but still speculation. True Adam Hart lover. A very, very aesthetic matchup. Aryan against Jordan. There's definitely some leadies that wouldn't mind just like watching these two Chads go at it. But yeah, Aryan's position is so rough here. So rough. I like the energy. Knight c5. So what happens after bishop d5? Bishop d5 takes the square for the knight, and then maybe a4, a5. Rook e7 energy. Well, it doesn't matter if the list is accurate, Sam Chess. It's posted by a random person, right? It's not official data. So Dutch chess players are way too handsome. Yep, we got our buddy Robin van Kampen as well. Robin Van Kampen. Oof. Look at that lad. Also pretty much a chess prodigy. Okay, Magnus played bishop b7. It's crazy. Crazy that this works, if it does. c6 and rook c8. This just feels so loose. c7, there's this. Takes, rook takes. You're covering this. And if bishop a7 here, there's a lot of things, but bishop c5. I mean, I could even take here, for example, but bishop c5. And there's just no way to punch that thing in. Cheers, Auto Tilt. Thanks for the 8-month resub. Big cheers, buddy. I think we'll see knight e4 by Jordan here. I guess the other important move, though, is rook e2. And is rook e2 very tempting? It is. Although knight b1. Knight b1. Knight b1, and he's probably going to play this in view of knight a2. Because if you can get rook e2 to work, you know you're just winning. Rook e2. Knight b1, he can't take it because of that, but I think you can play knight takes a2. And if you go knight f3, I'm hitting this. But again, black can play knight a2, or they can also play rook here. Threatening checkmate, by the way. Or, sorry. Threatening checkmate if you go knight d4. So I think we might see rook e2 here after he makes sure that he calculates it out. If he doesn't like rook e2 for whatever reason, then I think knight e4. But I really think this is an idea here. Yeah, rook e2, I suppose you can take and go here. That's probably something I didn't quite appreciate enough. Because after a5, you know, this is going to be manageable. He'll draw this for sure. So yeah, maybe not actually. Maybe not, because rook b3. If the knights get traded in whatever way, at least Aryan can say, "All right, I can try to get a rook endgame." So he might draw it, but I would say with the time difference and the fact that, you know, it's black to move and he can definitely think up something creative here, I wouldn't say so just yet. c6, rook c8, it's all on the board in Magnus's game. Bishop to b6. Guys, this position is just madness. I can't believe that we're watching this on the board, like this line. Queen d6, and it's like, what, is this just hanging on or something? Takes on b7, takes here. Now if bishop a7, there's no bishop c5. What the hell is this game? The only way to stop, well, there's no way to stop queening. So now you do have to take. You get a queen. And then you have some ideas here, but black is also going for mate. Can you just take this? It feels like you can take. I mean, this is not even, it's barely even a threat. Like, first of all, you're getting mated, but even if it was white's turn here, I don't even think this is good. Dude, Magnus is seeing everything. But the thing about Magnus's position is I feel like he's seeing this stuff so damn quickly. Bishop c7? I mean, what the hell is going on here? Bishop c7? What am I even looking at? For sure, this is starting to feel sketchy. Like, bishop c7, okay. If takes and takes, he wants to go here. That much is clear. But that's certainly not forced. Queen's attacked. So the other move that I would think of is queen c5 check. Queen c5 check. Okay, queen's attacked. Let's say takes, king up. Then bishop takes. Now knight e7 check. Takes. Might be getting close to a draw. And queen c5 will just be, I think, a worse version than queen c6. So I think the most logical move is maybe just the best one. I had some coffee earlier, Sleazy. I don't have one at the moment, though. Queen c6. And there's knight e7, but this is a bit better for black because now this pawn is hanging as well. I think Magnus can still try to win this. Definitely still some winning chances. Yeah, rook c7 looks wrong. Queen c5, good but not great. So I think it's got to be queen takes c6 here, right? It's not many other moves. The last 10 moves have been just crazy. It's like, even from here, as soon as e4 happened, b4, it was just going to be madness. But takes, knight d6, there's like stuff hanging everywhere. Drops a pawn, looks bad for black, but somehow knight b5, and Magnus plays rook back to b8, and gets this line to work with bishop b7 and rook c8. I mean, 7 minutes as well for Parham. By the way, we do have a rook endgame here, and yeah, I think he chose the best approach. Knight e4, and after rook a3, rook back to e7. I definitely think Jordan chose the best line, although it's a rook endgame, and although the pawns are doubled, the king can't get to the middle. So we'll see here. Aryan has a chance for a draw, but it's a tough chance. So we saw this d4, knight d7, bishop f8 in Eric's game. He's currently up some time. Bishop a3, rook b8, rook b4, and now rook to b2. So definitely there's no bishop takes here because your bishop starts to hang at the end of every line. Maybe bishop, okay. Bishop a3 makes some sense. The analysis is brutal to follow. I cannot tell you that that you're wrong. As a weak chess player, I think chess analysis will always be brutal to follow. And unfortunately, I can't help you in that aspect. I can draw the arrows, I can point out the moves, but there's nothing I can do to make you understand the moves any better. Try to explain them as best I can, but at the end of the day, if you're not an experienced chess player or maybe an advanced chess player, it's tough to sit there and hear a bunch of jargon like rook, knight, bishops here, there. You know, it's always going to be overwhelming. Yeah, ACM titles, on the other hand, you never know. This game is just wild. Okay, Aryan's gone rook a6. A4, a5 incoming. Aryan is doing the best he can. I think that Black's idea is to bring the king into the middle of the board here. To e5 and d4. But if Aryan pulls this out, like a draw out here, that will be super impressive. F3 is black. I think white's happy to take. In a middle game, you're scared to do this because of your king, but like in an end game, you're very happy to capture that pawn. You'd rather have even material. And, yeah. Okay, Eric's still thinking. Not too much going on here. King G1 was really just played. Is white really down to 1 minute? So weird. C4, rook f6, king g1 with a minute. Can't really tell what's going on in this game, but I guess he's playing for the win. And this game, queen d7 takes, and it did have to be pawn takes. If you took with a bishop, there was just no guarantee you're getting that back. But guess what? We're down to 2.5 minutes here. So all of a sudden, these two boards, we're down to like a minute and a half, minute. I'm looking at a4 here for white. That feels right. We've got pressure on e6, so I think we're safe here for at least a draw. This game, however, 25 minutes to 2.5. Black's desperately trying to take here. There's going to be a tough endgame ahead regardless. Not going to be easy. This is the European Club Cup. And how about our buddy here? Haldorson has been playing a great game. A4, love it. Knight b7. Great reaction because knight b7, there's no rook d7. Anytime somebody plays a move like this, they attack your bishop and you just go here. Well, if they can't go rook d7 because of rook e8 and they have to play that move, I think you're very happy overall. Rook a1. Now there's a5 happening. Knight back. Look, I don't think he's got a full advantage yet, like a serious advantage, but I think he's really pushing this. He's pushing it well. So board 6, Haldorson, we really need a hold here. This is going to be the toughest hold, probably, of most of the games. Okay, king c7, and, well, immediately there's almost a draw with shuffling the rooks back and forth. Okay, he's at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, so maybe the time was not totally accurate there. Buddy Eric still having to think here. His position is so solid. The bishop on c6 just doesn't have many avenues here. And white can always, in the worst case, like give this pawn back. In this case, that's not even a real option because you drop this. But my point is that white is carefree here because white's saying, okay, look, even if you end up winning my a2 pawn, it's only going to be equal. That seems like the best result for the black pieces here. Aryan has a clear plan in the rook endgame, which I think is a good sign. A4, a5. Very interesting that Magnus decided to go like this. So after king up, I think he... So he evaluates that here, if bishop takes a5, rook c2, that he's in a good spot, right? That's what he's looking at. Some tricky stuff. And by the way, when I say he evaluates, I mean, it is the evaluation that. Important king move. You absolutely never ever want to play that move. That's just that's just wrong. That's got to be wrong on so many levels. King f1. I mean, I think you got to play king g2 almost. But this is a compelling line. So takes, knight here, takes. Here, rook c2, king here. Let's say here for now. And rook e4. This is what I'm curious about. Because if you go to g1, then after this, you can almost play this move. And it works. Aha, rook c1 he was always doing. Aha, rook c1. Not occur to me. I was just fixated on knight e7, but rook c1 is a stronger move. And what? This looks like it's just liquidating. Does Magnus have any hopes and dreams here? As white, you can't take this. You've got to move your bishop here. Must move the bishop, so bishop b6. And if you take, then white just goes here. So I think at this point you could just go for it. The other thing you could try to do is play rook e8 and down here, but simply put, white is taking all your pawns as well. I think they'll just shake hands. Here, and then black will go for pawn to b3 and, you know, station the bishop back on d5 or something. So Magnus draws, which does mean that, well, first of all, I think that's a good result considering the game. That was a wild game. But probably just a good result considering how wild that one was. King f8, a4 played, rook c7. I think Aryan is kind of stuck and has to play a5, right? You could go king e2. That's fair. Could go king e2. Makes more sense. And now I don't think you can let white play king d3. So Jordan is definitely going to be taking here. A draw official in on the top board. Magnus survives. A draw with the black pieces. Damn. Aryan's position looks pretty tough, but it's whether or not Jordan can pull it out. 2 chess bras here on board 2. Magnus will lose a bunch of points? No, not a bunch of points. Parham's 27-21. I think he's the highest rated player that Magnus played. 27-21 draw. No, Magnus will still be gaining some decent rating from this event. Yeah, Magnus was also black, let's not forget here in this game. Eric is still thinking in this position. I mean, I haven't necessarily found a solution, right? We want to play bishop d6, e7, f8 to keep the bishop. But then, you know, you can just see white's position start to improve. Like e3, h4, bishop d3, king g2, like all these slow moves. And what does black have to do? You know, you might want to get your knight there, but you know that can maybe even be taken. It's this bishop that doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, that's the issue. I almost want to bring it here just to trade because it's like non-existent. You can go queen f8 if you want to try to keep that bishop there. Happy Sunday, Mike. I know tomorrow is technically Thanksgiving Monday, but still, happy Thanksgiving to those up in Canada. American Thanksgiving is much later. Might not be too many Canadians here at 8:30 a.m. though. Maine is definitely close enough. I've actually been to Maine. Bishop a3. Okay, makes sense. Rook b3, I'm expecting, it can definitely be rook c2, which I believe is where the rook came from. But rook b3 I am expecting and played. Because now the bishop can't access the b4 square. So I feel like Eric had to think and just didn't come up with much, unfortunately. And it's like not his fault. I just don't think there's much to do. As black, I don't think we're significantly worse here. But the reason for that is probably just because white can't do anything. It's not because black has a certain plan he needs to execute. So for Eric here, it's like I almost think king g7 is probably the best move. Just not to allow this maybe, or I don't know, like king g7, knight f6, if knight e5, bring the bishop back. Aryan is doing a good job in this endgame, by the way. Rook takes c4, we have rook takes a7. The pressure is on Jordan. Like, Aryan has done the right stuff. He's saying, okay, my position is not great. I'm playing it as well as I can, playing quickly. I've got a rook endgame, great chance of a draw. Eric's brought the bishop back to d6. I'm not concerned about Eric's position, but I feel like this is not going to get resolved quickly. You know what I mean? This is not going to be a position where all of a sudden it hits you like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this plan, or oh yeah, this is a draw. Like white's going to have that extra pawn. He's going to keep playing. Not going to make a quick draw. So we need a draw from Aryan's game somehow. This one probably draws best result as well. This game here, I think we're also looking at draw. But the fact that black is getting this in is only saying worse and worse things to me. This is like, do I really want to allow this? I'm not so sure. This game, Luke Van Willy has been thinking for quite a while. White is better, no doubt, but black wants to take this pawn, and if we can get it to just all the pawns on this side of the board, we might be able to struggle for another draw. So we're worse on this board. I think we're trending worse on this board. Time advantage is serious, but it should be a draw. Eric is objectively worse on this board. He's down a pawn, but the two bishops, it should be really, really tough for white to convert this. On this last board, we've been doing well. I just don't. I don't have it fully. There's not quite enough here to feel confident. You know what I mean? There's not quite enough. I think Halldorson has put a great game forward. He's better, but we're probably better on one board and objectively like even on another board, and then slightly worse on 3 boards. So slightly better on 1, slightly worse on 3, and maybe even on another board, but this is the even one. And this doesn't even necessarily feel great. Because if white takes here, there's rook takes f2, takes here, and black is about to win the game. So if I go here and say, okay, you can't pass, black just plays this, and this, and this. And if I don't, I go here. Well, not that, but b4 maybe? b4. And once again here, we have this. a3, rook f6. So this is the one where I was saying it was even, but even this is still tricky. Eric's played knight f6, king g7 probably. White can try knight e5, and then I suspect Eric will maybe go bishop e8 or bishop a4. So while Eric is down a pawn, notice how it's not very mobile. It's not like this pawn is on a6, supported by the bishop and maybe the rook behind it. Like, no. This pawn is on a2, pretty much can't move. But Eric does need to get a move on here. We're on move 28, 12 more moves. Aryan, some developments in the rook endgame. G5. And if you go here, then it's like takes, king here? I don't know. Yeah, this is feeling very close to draw, but we're not quite there. Still no move from Luke here. I think he's been thinking for 25 minutes. In this position, white is in a tough spot. King here. Here's the thing for white. You can't shuffle on the e file here because then rook takes. And if you shuffle this way, then you're not threatening that. So maybe black can reorganize. But shuffling this way, I thought that it's weird to allow this. But I guess the king just goes back. And maybe pawn takes? I don't know. You can never trade rooks here. Maybe rook takes is good, but I'm concerned maybe about, you know, the rook going around, playing b4. Yeah, h5. Black is pushing here, guys. King g4, rook c2. And it's looking like, it's kind of looking like king back to f3 needs to happen. But king here, if we just calculate it out, you know, this is getting killed. That move is getting killed here. And if this... This could be an attempt at a draw, but also black doesn't have to take. I think king f3 is kind of the move. Magnus already drew his game, so his game is done. Eric played bishop a4. This is what we expected a couple moves ago. We can take back. A draw for Eric is a good result. Like for the team as well, I think that's kind of what is needed here. If you take that and go guard the pawn, yes, you can do it. It depends what kind of game white wants to play. Because here, after rook b2, in some ways, you know, if you get your bishop there as white, you're just clearly better for later. But I think you're happy with this as black. Opposite bishops give very good drawing chances. And if he keeps going with rook b2 or something, I think we'll see Eric go bishop e8, king g7, maybe h5. So I can see the outlook here for Eric. Bring the bishop back, play rook a3, play queen a5. Speaking of Carlsen, we've been watching some great chess from the guy for a while. Carlsen the Great. Another Carlsen, another legend in the channel. 18-month resub from Carlsen the Great. Rook b6 played. Okay, so bishop c7, and then I think he's going to go back to b2. Because the bishop, black's bishop is better on this diagonal. And if queen d8, we might even see queen b2. Thanks for the resub, Carlsen the Great. It's been a while, buddy. Good to see you. Any progress here for Haldorsen? Rook a4, knight a7, knight d6. He could have taken this, right? He chose not to because of knight b5. So here, if knight b5, what's the deal? He wants to take this. And knight takes c3. He wants to retreat and play knight b6. I think. Black rerouted really nicely here, Tregubov. They've only got 8 moves to make or so. Black down to 2 minutes. This board looks like our best chance at a win. I don't think we can win any of the other boards, literally. Like, I don't think we can. Finally, Loke made a move. He gave up the pawn, and what he wants to do is something like knight d5, knight to f5, like, yeah. Yeah, the best chance for a draw looks like that last board. g4, h4, and and if we survive this position, that's going to be quite impressive. Here's the issue. After rook takes e5, rook f3, and if king e2, I suspect b4 is quite dangerous. At least needs calculation, because now you're way on the wrong side of things. However, rook takes h5, and there is this. I think if you take with the pawn, though, you are almost for sure going to lose. There's no d4. That rook trade is going to lose, so you have to play rook d2. And then in this position, d4 maybe? This looks really bad. King can come over here for b4 as well. This is rough. So I think you go rook takes e5, but I'm not even sure. I guess he plays rook f5. That's the point. Rook takes e5 played. Black could be very close to winning here, guys. Unfortunately. Rook f5 is strong. Don't think we can take that because this happens. Actually, I wonder what happens in this line. Yeah. This is lost. Okay, what happened in Eric's game? Oh, he took on e5. Not sure why. Didn't really consider that. Knight takes e5, queen b2. Quite dangerous looking here. There is knight c6 though. Eric won a pawn back. I'm not sure if we're happy about this or not. I think objectively we are happy. But we're going to have to find some good moves here, right? Knight d7 or knight c6. Eric's making a small comeback here. Have to watch out for the tricks in the position. Like even something like this. You could even try this. Try to play with the A pawn. Bishop e8 doesn't seem to help too much. So yeah, knight d7 looks the most natural to me. Knight c6 is just a more loose square for the knight. I'd rather have my knight here where it can still jump around. Knight d7, solid. 4 minutes to 7 minutes. Move 33, so only a handful more required. Rook b7, bishop c6. There's no rook b8, it's covered. But there are moves like... There are moves like this. I'm not sure we want to take this with the outside pawns, but queen a7. Yeah, moves like this are kind of tricky sometimes to handle. They're at move 40, by the way, which is really helpful in this game. So they reached move 40, which means there is some time for Christensen to think with white. If there's any saving this game, it's got to happen right now. Because, oh god, it's been getting worse and worse. He's kind of been getting outplayed here. I think Urkadal has been playing a tremendous game thus far. I think he's done a good job. I wonder what happens after knight d5. But the point is, I think Black's been hanging on here. Remember, Loke Van Wely had like 35, maybe 40 minutes. These guys are on move 29. And I think you want to be in a time pressure situation with Luke. Thanks, Tim and Philly, for the gifted sub. So they made time control. We'll give some time for them to think. Also, Aryan and Jordan made time control as well, so I'll come back to this rook endgame later. These guys have about 6-7 more moves to play. 92 though. This all happened on the board. And yeah, it looks like this knight e2 move is the intention. So I'm looking at knight e3. That's my first instinct. Knight e3 looks strong. Right? Because I want to take here. Love it. He played knight e3. Great. That puts pressure on black. Because now this pawn is hanging. Maybe there's something to be said about bishop b4. I'm going to play for this. But either way, knight e3 is for sure the best move. Haldorsen has done his best to put pressure on, I think, with the white pieces. You can't ask for much more. He's got his opponent under time pressure. He's got literally threatening a very, very important pawn here. If knight b5, then you can take and take, go a6, and you're definitely winning here. Eric's position's on move 33. It's also some time pressure coming up for these guys here, both at about 4 minutes. Yeah, a few of the other games hit time control. This game is going to get really spicy here. Luke is getting down on time. He's got 11 moves to make. Now, I agree White's position is kind of easy to play. But I think the advantage is crawling back closer. I mean, it's disappearing. Eval is crawling back closer to 0. What was played? Bishop G7. Knight takes. C takes. Well, it's got to be bishop takes A6. That's the only way to play this game, right? Yeah. So you take, but bishop takes D4. Knight E2 is the threat. Waiting for a move in Eric's game. I still don't see one. So, takes. I mean, A6 is hanging, but then you're looking at this pawn. So, I would at least consider this move. I'd at least consider it. Because if somehow I can take this like pawn and go back to D3, it's great, but I don't know. Black has rook E6. Yeah, but then F4. I think bishop E5 might be a real consideration, but it's... I mean, I don't know how you don't play bishop takes pawn here. So bishop takes D4 will happen. Knight E2 threat. Let's say take here king F1. Knight E4 hitting the rook. Gotta be a little careful here. Knight here, rook E1, but knight F1 is covered, so maybe rook A4. Hard to say what the eval is here. Like, does white actually have anything with this pawn? There's definitely some winning chances. He played king H2. Okay, very solid. Probably very solid in view of knight E4, rook A4. And if you take this. That's important. And if knight E2, I think same thing. Although knight E2, actually, we can play rook E1. That might just be even better. That might just be winning. King H2. Haldorson. There's a couple more moves till time control. It's a pretty tense one. We did see some moves, by the way, in Eric's game. Finally, Bassem took a long time and decided to take once, take twice, and I think he'll go for this. The other move, though, queen b5, also looked tempting. We'll see one of these moves for sure. After looking at it a little bit, I think I felt like queen b5 was pretty solid with the outside pass pawn. But bishop b5 and queen d1, black at least keeps the knight and has some attacks on the king. So important choice for Eric now. Queen a7, you can just see that pawn getting to a6. That doesn't feel right. But by the same token, if you take here, you know, you can't really play, you can never play knight b8, right? Then you're dominated. Knight b6, so it's got to be knight here. And then if a4, knight b3. Or no, maybe not knight b3, but knight b7. That looks a little better. And here we can go e5 and king there. But yeah, white with this outside pass pawn, I think is going to be dangerous. The only thing is that the pieces get traded, suddenly black wins the endgame. So we'll check all these games, but this is a It's a crucial moment in Eric's game here. They still have moves till time control. I think objectively taking and going for that is solid enough. Queen a7 I think is if you're feeling a bit more ambitious, but something about just a4 and getting the pawn to a6 does not look good. Like, why would I want my opponent to all of a sudden have a queen in that case? So this kind of feels like one you have to take, if I'm being honest here. Okay, so after this, strangely, we did not see rook a4. Oh, actually, I just realized this pawn was hanging. So maybe that dissuaded. Rook a4, bishop takes. Although I would take that and move the bishop and queen the pawn. So rook a4 looked like automatic to me. He went rook d1. And I think it's because he just saw that he's taking this pawn. But I feel like this is getting closer to like a random draw here. You know what I mean? Like this. This is getting draw territory. So now we need to be careful here that we somehow keep the material alive. Bishop b5 and a6? Somehow? Yeah, bishop b5. Bishop b5. We need bishop b5. Hit the rook and play a6. I think if you're playing this for a win, you have to do that. Eric went for what we just looked at. Move 37. Thank you, Omid. 45-month resub, tier 3. Omid Omizi Malik. And I believe that you need to stop this. Like, there's no way you can let a5, a6 happen. The pawn is literally going to become a queen. And knight b3 I don't like because then the king gets to c3. So absolutely the right choice from Eric. Knight b7. And I think it's time to just bring the kings out. And I think both guys will make time control here. Should be a draw. I would say. What's going on in this game? Bishop c3. Still thinking. The thing is, this move just liquidates completely. And then you just go home. Then you just go home. h4. Hard to imagine Eric not playing h6 here. h6 just feels so natural because I think you have to be careful that moves like that don't happen, g4, g5, because then your pawns start to get fixed on light squares, and I don't think you want that. So I think you want to play h6. I don't know, though. Then white plays f4. Maybe f6. Bring the king like that. If you play this, g4, and go here, g5, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, I feel like you don't want this. I feel like you want that pawn on h6 at the very least. h4 played. Oh my god. Do you guys see this? I knew this was going to happen. I called this. I said, get that Luke guy in a time scramble. Urkadal has been playing very, very well this event, undefeated. But specifically here, he hung on. He was 2 minutes against 40 minutes here. And he hung on to the point where here, after rook d2, he uncorked bishop c5. And all of a sudden, panic set in, and he took it, played rook a1, and after taking on e4, you have to feel that this is enough. I know it's going to be a conversion here for black, but you have to feel that this is enough for black. A huge chance all of a sudden as a blunder, and now Alfrespill is looking favored to score a full point on board 5, which is obviously a very big deal in this team event. Eric's played h6 as well. Love that move. Bishop b5 was played in this game. Rook a8. Again, the only way I can see to try is to play this move. a6, right? Don't you have to do that? What else can you do? I guess bishop c6, but yeah, just there. Bishop c7 is probably no good because after bishop here, you're threatening to take with a check. So I don't know. Is a6 really... Am I missing like a very obvious move after a6? How do you not play a6? Also, after rook a8, he's going to take his time here, so I think I'm going to leave it. They just hit move 40. Just going to leave it for a second. These guys also just hit move 40. Urquidal is just going to play one move here, but that time scramble, having Luke Van Wely down to seconds here, totally flipped this game on its head. So one more move for Urquidal, and Eric's game just hit time control as well. So everyone just made time control. Everyone just made time control. This game looks very concerning though. Dare I say even lost. Because there are a lot of pawn endgame wins with b4. So this one looked like one of our surefire draws back here. But it's actually been trending in the wrong direction for a while, ever since b5. Everything about black's position is improving every single move. So yeah, this game has been troublesome. I think there's chances here. We have very good chances here. I mean, great position. And then Eric's game, we probably need just a hold from Eric. We need a hold. Aryan is also fighting for a hold here, and I think has done a good job, a very good job. F3, and it's going to be 3 against 3 on the king side with the extra pawn in the middle. Maybe he's thinking about trying to do this, but no, I suspect he'll grab this. So this is pretty crazy. The match is still completely up in the air. There's only been one result. It's Magnus and Parham drawing. Aryan is fighting really well for this draw. If he can make a draw, if Eric can hold a draw, this game does not look great for us. This game does. And then on the final board, a6 has been played. White still pushing for the advantage here. If Halldorson wins on the last board, and by the way, that's not going to be a flag. They've already hit move 40. If he can win on the last board, that would be massive for the team. So, everyone's just hit time control. Maybe time to take a very small break. I will be right back. Coffee refills. It's now 9 a.m. Coffee refills for all. Gonna take a short break. But every game is up in the air right now, and the boys are fighting well. It looks like a really exciting finish. So, stick with us. Final round of the European Club Cup. Stay where you are, and I will be right back. I'll leave one of these games on for us, don't worry. All right. What's going on here? Let's catch up. Okay, everyone just got 30 extra minutes, by the way. When the players reach move 40, they are granted 30 extra minutes, and they continue to receive 30 seconds every time they make a move. So everyone just got a little bit of extra time to think here, which is why we just took a break. And no, nobody lost on time. Nobody lost on time. Yeah, this interesting. This is going to be a really close match, by the way. So this position, start with this one. I mean, you can see by the time it reflects, this position has been getting worse and worse. Because guess what? Not only does white have a pawn here, which is essentially useless. Like, it's not even playing the game right now. You know, put this rook on f5, put that pawn on f4, and white's completely fine. Not a single care in the world. Because it's on f2, it basically doesn't exist. The other thing is we have double pawns over here. So because of both of these factors, it feels like black is further ahead than the material would suggest. There's always a potential pass pawn creation, which means you can't really trade rooks at any point, and the move e5 has just been played. Now, with this king here guarding the two pawns, essentially white can't move the king. If you move the king, you lose one of the pawns, and it's over. Now, if you can't move your king, what's to stop black's king from getting here? Right? So I see this position, and I'm very concerned by it. The one idea that I have is after e5, perhaps we could try like rook b1. And I'm not sure that taking here is actually the best move. Surprisingly, I think this move draws on the spot. White plays rook b4 and then proceeds to do nothing. Actually nothing. The king can't get closer. It can't touch this pawn. It can't touch this rook. The rook can't do anything. You can go and give me a check, but I'll just move out of the way, and then I'll go back if you go back. So, literally do nothing after rook b4. I don't think someone like 2600 is going to make that mistake, and after rook b1, I think the idea is that black plays like king here, for example, and then plays pawn here, and brings the king into d5 and rook to a3, and it's looking pretty over. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this one, but I have to say it looks really rough right now for Christensen. It's an unfortunate loss considering, you know, if it does happen, it's unfortunate considering he pretty much had an equal game, rook endgame for a while. He's just slowly got outplayed. Maybe he was optimistic trying to win it. I'm not sure. Speaking of rook endgames, Aryan did a good job, I think. You know, he brought his king to h5, played h4, and you know, I feel like he's doing it as well as he can here. There's that pass pawn. I think this is just a draw, but Aryan absolutely needs to prove it. So this would be a big hold as well. This last board is so crucial if Halldorson can win with white. Meanwhile, it's 9 a.m. We got to get the orders in. Got to get the food orders in, the coffees in, you know. Let's see here. Coffee for the boys. McDonald's? No, this is not a McDonald's order, I'll tell you that. This is not a Mickey D's order. Just gonna order the classic breakfast, you know? Just keep it real simple. No, sleazy. It was, we had our time. We woke up a little earlier today. I'm not even sure BJ could help me now. Not sure booster juice is enough. We need some real eggs. We have Ahmed Imad and Imad Trika. Yes, repping Bassem Amin, but at the same time, we got the Chief in action. This is their game. Okay, so h6, the kings are coming out. And of course, whenever the bishop goes here, the king will go back for the moment. I think Eric wants to generally get his pawns on dark squares, but you have to be careful, for example, that you don't just do this. You know, you can't just put all your pawns on dark squares. I don't think it's that simple. Maybe it is, but, you know, this king starts to walk in here. Also, after g5, it's quite possible h5 by white is indeed the move. If the match is equal in points, then it's a tie. They do have ties in the European Club Cup. They do have ties. A lot of draws in the final round. A lot of draws. If we tie, it's not necessarily clear where we end up. It depends on some other teams. Last move was bishop to f6. This looks like it could be a strong move, intending knight c3. So if we take here, however, wait a minute. So yeah, knight c3. Definitely if we take here, I understand. Or sorry, if we go here, I understand. We're not gonna be doing much there. But this move, white has the edge there, so that would have to be bishop e7. Although maybe that does it. Rook d7 takes here. I guess there's knight d6. But I'm trying to do something against this knight, and with bishop e5, it's just not working. Yeah, rook c1 played. But I think this is the right stuff in the sense that, you know, if the knight goes here, the bishop can come back to d3. The annoying stuff is this. But I think that white has great winning chances. So, rook c1. We'll leave this. Good winning chances. Nothing confirmed. But with that outside pass pawn, you're always, always hoping for the best. Now this one. This is our game that looks the absolute best. And even though it looks the best, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. F4 is kind of the plan. I'm not sure about H5, H4, but a tense position here. We have the rook and queen versus two rooks and a knight. A rook trade. I'm not sure if we want it, but I think so. Stooped. Thank you. We'll go with stooped. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, Eric's game will require some accuracies. This is by no means like a just simple draw. Not at all. If knight here, bishop there, king d6, king c3, and this is disturbing for Eric, right? Because king c4 happens, kicks the knight, and then a5. You can never let that happen. And if you go king c5, then bishop e8. So So after bishop c6, knight there doesn't look... I mean, knight c5 is playable, but I don't think you want to do this in general. I guess actually there's knight e4 to be considered. a5, there's knight b3. So perhaps something like f3. Yeah, but king c3, knight e4. Knight takes, king c5. And I start to get a little concerned here. You can't just go taking everything, you're gonna lose. Oh, that's a very definitive answer for you, Sleazy. You were wondering if g5 works, and thank God we have a definitive, absolute value answer for you in the chat. No. No, it does not, apparently. I'm also listening intently for the valuations. Hello, Mr. Matt Amoroso. King f1 is a good try. If takes here, then you go back and rook b1, but this looks like it should be dead lost. Okay, so here, only move takes b4 here. I mean, this isn't close, right? This is just completely dead. Yeah. There should be no hope here. And really, if black was being a little smarter, maybe you would go back to cover this pawn. So unfortunately, guys, I think we're definitely going to lose this. There is hope with doing this because you get this pawn and this pawn passed. My feeling is that these should win. So yeah, this one looks like a loss. This one does look like a win, but much more difficult to convert. What did we click? Oh, we clicked Tregyubov's thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, they have two things now. They have the Russian flag, and they also have the FIDE flag. So I think that some players still use the Russian flag, and then chess.com just doesn't display it. But then some people choose to use the FIDE flag. So I think they can continue playing, because a lot of chess tournaments will just ban participation from Russian Federation players. Like you have to switch your federation to FIDE. But some players don't want to do that and stick with the Russian flag, and then I think sometimes you're not allowed to play in certain events, so that's why some people do it, some people don't. Thanks for the full year, Bob. Unbanned, right, Bob K? Unbanned, buddy. Appreciate you, Bob K. Tier 3 for a full year. He decides to take, and all right, this is it. It's got to be with the king. Now, if you just go here, then rook there is not too compelling. There's no way taking with the pawn is good. There's no way. Grinding endgames. Perfect, Bob K. Might have to give you a final exam. Happy to hear that. Eric's still thinking here. Honestly, a really critical decision, because the simple move, knight to a5, I think gets in trouble. Because you can't play king c5 without allowing bishop e8. And this game here, is Aryan doing a good job? I can't tell. I can't tell. Takes and putting the king on f5 does feel good, though. Wow, that's pretty good, Sleazy. Impressive, brah. Man, this match is so tight right now. So let's see. How's Novibor doing? I guess they're all tied here. How's Vidit doing? Is he gonna win literally another game? Vidit with the black pieces. Oh, that definitely does not look like it. So he's not gonna go 7 out of 7. Oh, so this has been a good fight by Vidit. He looked like he was worse earlier. I'm just looking at these games because, yeah, Hari Krishna looks like he's about to win against, I mean, that he will convert this against Maxime. And that means that, like, I think this is a win. And I think Hari Krishna is on Novibor. Navarra is also on Novibor. But he seems to be worse here. Yeah, seems to be lost here. And then I think David Anton is also on Novibor here. David Anton with the black pieces is a bit better. But not sure if this is winning. It looks like a little bit scary as well. So maybe Novibor doesn't even win their match, actually. How's Amadan doing? I don't think Amadan's games get onto live boards every round. But I can tell you that Amadan, I think he beat a GM last round. Which club is he? Is he Gonzaga? It's one of these... Here we go. So yeah, obviously a brutal event for him, but he beat a GM. Yay. Yeah, Killian. I mean, look at these pairings, right? It's tough on board one. The really nasty loss that is bothersome, of course, is to a 1900 from Ireland. It's one of their finest imports, but he beat Rosenthalis, who's a pretty good GM, in the last round, and then otherwise it's been a bit of a brutal tournament. I mean, for his team, right, you got like 2000s, 2100s, 1900. He's just up there on board one getting smacked around by some strong players. So, tough for Buddy Amadan. But happy to see him get a win against a good GM, Rosenthalis. Still, though, the FIDE losses are just brutal. Minus 30 is... Minus 30 is rough. It's rough. Right now, it looks like Novibor is not necessarily winning. This is the match we were covering, so close. And then this one... Draw. Fedorchuk won. What team is Fedorchuk on? Okay, so they're up a point right now. And there's only 2 games left. This one, which could go either way. Looks good for black, honestly. And then this one. Wow, not clear what's going on in any of these games, but white looks like they could win here. So that even that match is not determined yet. And the reason I'm looking at some other games from other matchups is it affects the final standing for the boys here from Offerspill. F4 or King F3 look needed. Like, I want to play Rook C7 in some lines, but obviously we can't. Some tense stuff here. F4 is an idea. GM no chance ever. Prime for 10 months. Thank you, buddy. As for this one, like I said, I feel that, black just calculated this one out. Obviously, at this point, you knew that this was just desperation. Like, anytime black's making a move and having 2 connected pass pawns, it can never be a good sign. A2, and this move is pretty much forced, and then I don't know what you do about this. If you go here, and here, there's just Rook C1, so I think this is pretty over. Check is maybe a try, but I don't think he's going to go back. You feel like Aryan is drawing chances? Oh, I hope so. I'm expecting Aryan to draw that game. So this one looks kind of dead. What decision did Eric make with his pieces here? Knight c5 and f3, yeah. So then, if king d6, I guess he's going bishop e8, king here, bishop b5. Now the king reaches b4. Eric's in a really tough spot here. Eric is for sure in a tough spot here. Because it's also easy for white to play. Right? Eric's now past time control. So this is 5 minutes left of the 30 minutes. And white's plan is so easy. They just want to do this. And meanwhile, there's bishop e8 every move. Like, what do you do about that? So, I guess knight c5 was not the move. Still, there's no a5, but king c3 is the next idea. King c3. So let's say g5 happens. I don't know. King there. King here, so that at least bishop e8, we can play f6. King here. And I don't know. Here's something funny. Knight a6. If you go there, there's knight c7. If you go here, there's knight c7. Bishop's attacked. Bishop has to move somewhere. And then king c5. And ironically, white's king is in like some kind of zugzwang here. I don't know. Maybe there's something black can try like this. So I feel like it's like something tells me that Eric's position isn't just dead lost all of a sudden. I don't know. It would seem kind of unfair that like the wrong knight move means it's dead lost. I don't know. But I will say that Eric might feel that it's getting to be a losing position. You think black holds? But Eddie, what do you think about the time? I think black can hold on the board. But what are the moves? G5 and F6 and King D6? Is that the vibe? It's kind of what I want to do. Tari just drew, and yeah, we knew Tari worked hard for that draw. It's just like really, really important that he drew that game. Yeah, and now what he's gonna do is he's gonna hide the king behind the pawn, so there's no checks. And then there's no progress to be made for black. So very, very, very big draw from Aryan from a honestly such a bad position here. Yeah, the fact he drew this is crazy. So super good from Aryan. Magnus also was in a tough position against Parham. So some draws from tough positions. Speaking of draws from tough positions, Eric is going to need to manage one of those as well. I think this is the right call. Try to play f6 or something. And meanwhile here, we know we're going to get a loss on this board. I think it will be very soon. That all that black needs to do is guard this pawn and then just go here. There are some funny things like b4, maybe like I can't even like make it happen, but f3, you know, takes king here, and it's like, okay, as long as you don't mate me, I will mate you. c6, we'll see b3, and then c7, rook there. Yeah, not much to do. Rook d1 played. I think he simply wants to take this or get the move d4 on the board, which could be nice. So we need a win on this board, I think. Now it's become clear, I think we need a win. So this match right now is tied 1-1. 2 games have finished. There's 6 games in total. And based on the evaluations, according to me in all these games and what I see on the board, Eric needs to hold a draw from a worse position. He's way down on the clock and his position is tough. Definitely holdable though. He needs to hold a draw here. Christensen is going to lose, probably momentarily. When you have 30 minutes and it's the final round, you definitely take your time double checking, but we're going to be down a point from this. We need to win this game, for sure. We need to win this game. It's almost a fortress for white. I'm sure that black is winning here. Tough to figure out. But we definitely need to win this game. And then bonus points if we can win this game. That might be the difference. That might be the difference in the match, honestly. And also winning this game is kind of like insurance in case Eric is not able to do it with the time pressure on his board as well. But the last two boards need to be wins. I think more important than the boards being wins is like Eric holding a draw is really key here. And it's a tough spot. It is. Chop, thanks for the raid, buddy. We're covering the last final round. It started at an ungodly hour. 5 a.m. But I said I was going to do a stream last night, so I started an early, very late night. Very early, late night morning stream. A couple hours before we had the broadcast start. So we've been actually live since, I don't know, 3:30 a.m. or something. Might have to hit my Sunday with the old afternoon nap. Hello, Analog. Also, I've said this a few times, Eric finishing with a draw here means he will gain rating. He'll only have lost one game. I think the tournament will be a relative success. And if the team catches a dub in this final round, they're definitely on the podium. Could be first. Definitely will be at least second. Good chances at second if they win. Kind of Goblin. This is a really, really key game in the match. But, you know, also just on a selfish, personal level, I just want Eric to not lose the last game, regardless of how it affects the match. But obviously, cheering for Eric's results will also always be cheering for the team's results as well. Is Eric better or the pawn on the outside trouble? The pawn on the outside is trouble. Eric is happy to make a draw here. Yeah, this game will be handshakes in a second. Yeah, a few more checks for the boys, indeed. But I, I think we'll be handshaking. How do you make progress against a pawn and rook with a queen? It's usually making some moves that are not checks. You have to check a few times and then make a few moves that aren't checks. I assume you're talking about this. Yeah, it's moves like queen h6. These are the moves that that win queen against rook endgames. Yeah, I mean, this was just really well done. But yeah, obviously super tough to explain, but Hare Krishna doing that is pretty sick. Pretty sick. And Hare Krishna's on Novibor, so he's definitely doing what he can for his team there. Huge time pressure for Tregyubov as well, who's not loving his chances here. H5, H4 played. This game is just a dogfight. Because now, at least, Luke's moves are easier to make, right? He can just shuffle, more or less, for the rest of the game. Black is the one who needs to decide, hey, when is it safe to play F4? When is it good to play F4? Which game are you talking about, Loafs? Oh, you're talking about queen against rook? No, no, no. All those queen against rook positions are dead lost. Most queen versus rook and pawn and king positions are just quite easily winning. Do you want to trade a rook here as black? Interesting question. I believe yes. I believe yes. Why did he resign at that point in particular? Well, I mean, the progress made was significant, right? First of all, you have to understand, you're dealing with somebody who has seen this position turn into the other, like, white intentionally got this position, won the bishop, and, you know, when a guy's not taking a pawn and instead playing queen f8, that's when you know he's sweaty. So you just have to appreciate that there's been some technique. Like, white's literally freezing here because he's forcing the pawn to be given away. When you see how somebody handles the game technique-wise, right? You see how he's just, like, finessing this pawn? When that happens to you, you also, like, gain a certain appreciation, right, for the person's technique throughout the game. And started out with the king cut off, the king is working around, now the king's cut off, now the king's up, and then now the king is just going to walk up to f3. You're going to play like queen g7 check and queen f6 and win this pawn, basically. The fortress positions are usually when the pawn is quite far back. Anytime the more the pawn goes up the board in queen versus rook positions, the more lost it is basically the rule. Because the queen needs space behind the pawn to give checks. So if the pawn was on f7, rook on e6 is completely drawn. Completely drawn. That's pretty much all you need to know. All right, guys, officially, we lost this game. Really tough one by Christensen. It never looked good, unfortunately. It was a nice game earlier. I was really praising him. And hey, the guy's had a tremendous tournament. Let's not forget, Christensen played every single game in the Club Cup, and this is his only loss. And he's played some pretty tough guys, so. Can't say that he didn't do his part. All right, takes king there, king d6, bishop. By the way, after bishop here, I was wondering, should we be playing f5? Normally, I would never say yes, but like f6 I would do, but f5 It has some idea of going g4 and trying to play knight e4. So maybe it's not so crazy. Sneaky D Beaky. Thanks for the reset, buddy. 7 months, and what do you know? A tier 3. Choosing our premium cabin experience. Okay, and here we go. Look at this board. Haldorson, he's got all the chances. He's got a pass pawn. However, it's opposite bishops. Got to leave the rooks on the board. But the guy's got great chances to win, and that could totally swing this match. As for this board, Urkadal needs to win this game. Right? How are we going to manage this? He's got the edge. We know that. But at the right moment, he needs to play f4. At the right moment, you know, maybe f6. Like, he has to choose the right way to proceed here. A trade of rooks would definitely help black out a lot. So Eric's game, we're probably going to stay with here. It's simply the most... Well, it's the closest, but it's also the most tense. It can still swing in White's favor here. And Eric's time is a situation on its own. He goes f6. Thank you, Christopher Moara. 420 bits. So a5. First of all, it should just be said that just forget about every other piece on the board and just think of a knight and a pawn. The absolute worst, like the knight is the absolute worst piece at covering a pawn because it needs to cover it one square at a time. As soon as you let the pawn push, it basically runs away from your knight. So if you play knight b7, it's just comical to note that if there's ever a situation where it's just pawn and knight and it's the A or H pawn, the move a6 will always queen by force in this situation, which is like, you know, just a crazy concept. It's like, how does one pawn just sneak right by a knight? And just, I don't know, the knight has just the worst coordination on this dumb b7 square. So knight b7 is like never a move you rely on as black to be played almost ever. Almost ever. White didn't have time to take on f7. Well, nope. Simple answer. e5. More pawns on dark squares. However, I'm not sure. Okay, so king b4 next? Yeah, bishop b5, maybe d4. And if takes, then this will draw on the spot, I believe. Yeah. But maybe you could go here, d3, if a6, d2, and then you take. And if king here, this is still an issue. Ah, but d2 again. d2 again, you can't take. However, bishop e2. There's always a however. Although I guess you can't take because of this pawn. So king c6. Easy draw, eh, Anthony? You think you could draw this easy? I would be psyched out. Oh, you mean that position or this game in general? Maybe that position's an easy draw. I just mean the game overall right here. How do you feel about this? Because I tell you, this is tough. But you know what Eric did? He finally put his pawns on dark squares. He's got some control. I think there have been some good developments here in the last couple moves. Very intense stuff, guys. There's 3 games left. 3 games already completed. We're currently down by 1 game, but we have great winning chances on this board. We have great winning chances on this board, and Eric holding here would just be huge, huge. Yeah, Eric went king c7. d4 was definitely available. It probably should have been played objectively, but I can see how you can somehow convince yourself that, you know, you haven't worked out all the lines, and if you just leave a pawn stranded on d2 down there, at some point you might lose it. Whereas here, maybe you're thinking, okay, I don't see the problem. Like, I don't see the win for white. King b4, I don't know why it's not being played, to be quite honest with you. King b4 looks automatic. Are we playing this? Because that's not usually a move we want to do. Maybe knight e6. Knight e6 and d4 ideas. So knight e6, if here, king b6. I think this is what Eric wants. Bishop here. Knight c7. Yeah, a7, and then here, actually knight a6 is interesting. Because if the king stays here, you can at least repeat checks, and then you take the pawn. But yeah, a6, king b6 is like a nice feeling for black. And yeah, maybe a knight c5 makes the exact same thing, actually. Knight c5, well, my move was knight c7. I don't think it makes a difference, but knight c5 maybe is more direct. Because then a7, can't take it, can't take the bishop, but you have this check, yeah. This is it's a really big spot for Eric here. Bishop d3. But it's these moves that are annoying. When you have 3 minutes, just moves that keep the game going. It's like, man, what do I do? So king c6 here feels, it feels like correct. King c6. Played. And if a6, we have king b6. If check, okay, we can go back. Bishop g6 might get tried. Basically what white wants is white wants to play king b5 without having to move this pawn. That's essentially ideal for white. So something like this. I don't know, bad move. Here, king has to go somewhere, and then king b5. And that's what white wants to achieve. Because then the king and pawn start to get really close, and at some point, what might happen is Eric has to go deal with his a pawn, and then the king, you know, tries to feast on the pawns on the other side of the board. That's the idea. Because white can't really forcefully win like that. Okay. In the meantime, some moves in this game, nothing crazy. I'm waiting for these rooks to get exchanged. Then black can really try here. But this is a really tough position. As for this, white is trying here, but black is now finding the defense. Black's defense is going to be a lot easier getting this rook behind the pawn. Before, the rook was stuck on a7, and white's position looked really dominant. So I don't know the exact situation here, but my feeling is that black is getting closer to a defense when I see the rook switching and going behind the pawn. Okay, but let's stick with Eric's game. Like I said, it's the most tense. G4 played. Interesting move. I think he wants to move the bishop and didn't like f5, maybe? Definitely an interesting move. But white needed to just pass a move, basically. If knight c5, by the way, check here, and a6 is an issue. This is an issue. Because now a7. Valentino, my dude. I'm going to time you out here. Just relax. Just relax. All you do, shout out engine lines and say, no, Eric should have played that. Eric should have played this. Calm down, buddy. That's not how we do it around here. You're in chat, plebbing around, shouting out, no, this was the move. Oh, we should have played that. It's like, relax. Just take it one move at a time. Eric played knight c7. I believe because knight c5 is not quite it. Once the pawn gets to a6, there's no king c7, which is kind of needed. You can't do this because your knight's hanging, and you don't have checks because the bishop is just covering everything. Hello, Natasha. So knight c7 played. Now, if this move, king b6, what I'm wondering about is a7. Now, maybe black has a way to just play knight there and back and not actually take it. But to some degree, you could still lose this endgame if you take, right? Even though it looks like you just won that pawn, king c5, and you know this king just gets right into position and it just starts like vacuuming every pawn up. Yeah, it does look like Novibor might lose their match, eh? I was looking at that. So knight c7. If not a6, then I'm wondering what gets played, because let's say white plays bishop here to try to give a check. Then knight a6, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't think this is so great for white, because now black's king gets to encroach. So now I get the feeling that this bishop needs to stay on this square. And if that's the case, and you can't really go anywhere else, to me, white doesn't have many moves. One of those moves is bishop e2, let's say. And the other move, king a4, king c5, doesn't seem to help. The other move is a6. I think he might have to play a6 here. Do I think this is drawable? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I think this is losable? Absolutely. It's a very tough spot to be in. I can easily see myself messing this up with black. Maybe it is already messed up. I'm not sure, but yeah, there we go. Bishop f1. The reason that you would do a move like this is because as white, you essentially want to give this check on b5. And you don't want knight a6 to happen, so you want to pass the move. You want to say, okay, Eric, move again. Like, go again. And now after this move, I think we will see this. And Eric will go to c7. Very important. Here's c7. Not d6, because then the pawn starts to go, but c7. So that always after a6, you have king b6. I think it's important to stay close there. The one thing you want to avoid is, and I think what we might get is a repeat. We might get bishop b5, king here, bishop there. Because what does white want? We know white wants to move the king up without having to touch the a pawn. Black, on the other hand, wants to always keep the king in a situation where a6 is met by king b6. Why not king b7? I think there's something to be said about just going to dark square against the light square bishop, just as a habit. The other thing is Eric has already been in a similar position and played king c7. That was back here, right? We had this exact position before, but with the pawn here. So now the pawn is on g4. And that does mean that in some cases f5 is not available, which I think is relevant. But yeah, I think Eric has already played king c7 before in a similar position, so his instincts will definitely be to play it again. I don't think so, Java Bandit. I wish it was like that, but unfortunately White's position is so easy to play. So even if White had the amount of time that Eric had, he would still be a favorite, let's say. However, it's a great sign that his time is getting lower because it's less pressure on Eric. Okay, I like that the rook guarded this. Halldorson is still trying very well here. But g5, what a move. He's really trying to liquidate. Maybe g3. I think you want to keep some pawns here. I don't think you want to get in a position where you're trading everything down. And then this one has somehow worked out for Luke. Rook c2, rook f3. And look, he managed to trade, which is great. But you know what's going to happen is probably knight e7 or knight e3. So we can play, for example, this to guard. But then the question is, how do you handle knight e3? Because if king g6, white can sack. Or like white can take it and that's nothing. And if you play f4, I'm assuming white can just take it. And the rook and knight provide a very good fortress here. So my feeling is that this got much closer to a draw. And again, bishop b5. Yeah, king c7 as expected. Colo, thanks for the prime sub. 47 months. Coming up to 4 years, buddy. 4 years with us. Thank you, Colo. Colo 8901. Time is getting back, but now it's more about the position on the board. If I'm looking at the trends of the boards here, it's kind of trending away from an offer spill win. Because now, these last two boards, it's like suddenly Halldorson might need to win. Because I'm not sure, and this is on the board, I'm not sure that Frode can win anymore as black. So Eric needs to draw, and our board 6 needs to win to even have a chance to tie this match, is what it's looking like. Because all of a sudden, I don't think black in this position is getting the result needed. I think so, Java Bandit. Maybe in his situation, not. But you have to also understand, Eric, like, if Eric knew the status of the other boards, it doesn't help him at all. So in a position like maybe this one, it helps to know the status of the other boards as white. Because then you're like, okay, do I need to go all out for a win or can I draw? But let's say you were black in this position, the best result you could possibly attain is a draw. So it doesn't matter how the other games are going. You just maximize your own result. So it matters more to know what's going on in your other boards when you're in the position of strength. It doesn't matter as much when you're in a position that all you can do is draw. So shuffling here, but white is like is sort of making some small progress, I guess. Also, another thing we haven't talked about, knight c5, bishop a4. Takes. What do we make of this endgame? Here? Should be lost, right? I think knight c5 here is feels like a losing endgame. Okay, bishop a4. Isn't this a big move here? Because now Eric would be forced to go here. And then I don't know, king b5? Okay, so yeah, white just won this pawn. But I will say, all white did was win the pawn. Yes, that's a huge blunder from black, but there's still winning chances. I mean, you still have the queen. It's just that I kind of wonder if white just cycles the knight back and forth. Like, what can black do? All boards need attention right now. Halldorson took and played h5, which objectively makes a lot of sense. And after rook e5, it's almost like what white wants is to play bishop d3 and g4 and like cover that square, but that's not so easy. Not so easy at all. Now black gets the rook on the other side of the pawn. And here, maybe g4. White's still trying here. You can't say he's not trying. Bishop a4. Yeah, so this was the concerning move to me, is that to me this cannot be taken, but what did I misevaluate here? Because king c5, I thought a6. King c5, a6. And then if d4, I'm just going here and queening. a6 here. Okay, a6 forces king b6. Let's start with that. Like, this is forced. Because if you go, like, if you do anything, you have to play king b6. But then king b4. And the only chance is what? e4 and f5? It has to be losing, though. But I can't tell if Eric thought he had to take it or what. Because if you think that you must take the bishop, like that the other position is like, if you think that this position is lost, king d6 because of king b5, and then you're like, oh, I guess I have to take the bishop and just see what happens. I'm wondering if it's like that or like takes and he missed something in this line. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's real bad now, Sleazy. The plebs are saying it's over. You know, it's one thing when the subs start losing faith. I think it's lost. This looks losing. But when the plebs start coming in, saying it's lost, then you know it's really bad. That's a real feels bad, man. Now that the game is over, yes, the big reveal. It was not surprising to me that it was holdable. However, it felt to me like white was making some kind of progress here. And that for black to hang on to this, you know, playing a move like king d6, I feel like white is making real inroads here, and then d4, yeah, d4. But a serious move because I mean the pawn is running here. So now, unfortunately, the situation is that both boards that are remaining need to win. Both boards. In order to tie the match, by the way. Why not knight c7 instead of knight c5? Well, I mean, knight c7, I think the whole point is that a position that you've tried to avoid is bishop check in here. Now this is the threat, and your knight is not on a great square, and normally after a6 you want the king to be there. As you can see, the engine is basically going to say it's winning, so I'm not sure it makes much difference. Okay, black's going to take back. And maybe there's some chances here for black all of a sudden. Like how do you defend this pawn all the time? I guess king h3? But no, it feels like things can still go wrong a little bit. Oh yeah, and what's happening on this board? What's happening here? Rook c5 played. And rook c5 played, by the way, with not much time on the clock. Takes. Nah, there's no way takes works, does it? It's close. It's pretty close. Taking? It's like a serious option, actually. Takes, take here. Oh, sorry, yeah. Takes and pawn takes on g4. Not thinking. Pray for the chairs in the hotel room. Yeah, you got that right. You got that right. Rook a3 takes. Now, after taking, is king g2 not an extremely strong move? Isn't black trolling a little bit here with a7 coming? Or it's rook c1. Rook c1. Yeah, at least in a position like this, you're not getting pinned, and okay, you can make him work with rook and bishop. Probably it's the best try of all. I mean, Yeah. I don't think you can say much to Haldorson here. Right? He's given he's given the best possible chance if he gets rook and bishop against rook. Yeah, Eric will lose some rating, unfortunately. This is a really tense game, by the way. I feel like this king needs to join, but he's a little bit, well, he's naturally reluctant to let the knight just like reach a great square. It's the difference between players in team matches like this can be something as small as one move at the end or a time advantage or something. Eric was under the pressure of the clock the entire time. It's tough to find a way in here if you're black. And what happened with Haldorson? Yeah, it will be this. And although this was playable, he didn't like it for some reason. Keep it simple. You gotta play this. Yeah, pretty nice game by White. I mean, maybe there were spots he could have been a bit more accurate, but he was better the whole game. He pushed well, but ultimately this is going to be a draw. You can really make them earn it here. You can really make them earn it. It's definitely a draw, yeah. But the fact that you have pawns can sometimes be annoying because at some point White will maneuver so that you will lose all those pawns, and then you have to defend rook and bishop. And sometimes the match can just be so prolonged and you lose energy and stuff because of it. So yeah, there's rook a6 here, thankfully. Otherwise, it would be an immediate draw. So he'll be trying that position. Meanwhile, Frode is trying this position. And has it been a repetition? Not quite. Obviously, you have to be careful with that. Black's king should move soon. Yeah, Eric's game was unfortunate. I'm not sure what went into this decision because it looked immediately lost, like the pawn endgame. Because White just pushes and then maybe Eric was counting on something like, I don't know, like maybe White playing this or something. And then in this case, you would still make a draw. Like I'm thinking it was something like that. Because king b4 and just resigning on the spot is like, I mean, it's just a shock move because it's very basic at this point. So something, he missed something very, very simple in this bishop a4 thing. And I think it might have been assuming white had to like give up the pawn to make entry, not play king b4. Otherwise, I don't really have an answer for you. It's a really big blunder, of course. But still, if you play king d6, white has king b5, and the a pawn starts going, I was kind of concerned about that as well. It's a tough position to defend. Only white can win it. That's the thing. Only white can win. It was just on the back foot the whole time. It's a really intense game. This, of course, is going to be white trying to win. Guys, this is such an intense final match. Like, can you imagine? You're sitting there playing, and Magnus is just sitting down at your table, just staring at the boards while you're playing. No shot. No shot. I could concentrate. Oh my goodness. He was probably doing that while the chief was playing as well. Fuck's sakes, that's brutal pressure. Oh my god. That's feels like you're on trial. Because just think, like, that there's somebody in the world that can sit next to pretty much everybody and judge your moves. Like, when Magnus is sitting beside you, almost every move you make, you're thinking, like, would he have made that? And probably, like, half the time, the answer is no. So, yeah, there's that's a pretty intense visual right there, guys. That Magnus is going in for a closer look. No. That's some henchman stuff. No, I couldn't handle that. Jeez. Knight's on g5, although I'm not sure if it wants to be. The king can start to dream about getting in there. Buddy Haldorson is trying here, though. You gotta respect that. I think he could still win this game. Crazier things have happened, for sure. Winning bishop and rook is not out of this world. So is white saying, I'm just going to stay in this exact position and do absolutely nothing? Can he say that? I think our food arrived, guys, so I'm just going to go grab it, but I'll be right back 1 sec. There's a world where they still draw the match, but unfortunately, that world is where Eric has lost, so it's a sad regardless. But I'll be right back. I just don't want my food to be cold. Had to wrestle a few crows to get my food. Not actually. JC Digital Girl, thanks for the subs. Two games still ongoing. Necessary wins for Offer Spill. However, they're in a position to potentially win both. One of them is a theoretical draw, but it can still be troublesome. Just got some eggs, bacon, sausage, you know, simple. Yeah, it depends, Twink Time. Some people will say it's super, super easy. Depends on their comfort level. Right? Like if they've done it before, then they'll be like, oh, it's super easy. It's kind of like Bishop and Knight, but still. For the most part, it's considered the most difficult theoretical draw to actually draw in chess. There's some action happening here, isn't there? Isn't he starting to say hello a little bit? Cheeseburger, buddy. I'm sure that's fine. Something like Queen A7 here. But now that White's achieved this, isn't it getting close to a dead draw? Or no? Maybe not. I was thinking that if you leave the king on G2, Rook F2, there's zero progress to be made. But to be fair, you can bring the queen to E1 in that position. Although then there's 94. Yeah, it really feels to me like now that you have this, your king is so safe here. I think it's a complete fortress now. That's my assessment. Oh, Rook on E4 in fortress? Yeah, no, you're right. That's another nice one. Rook on E4. That should do it. So Rook E1 here, right? Rook E1, queen there, king over. And then here. You just can't let the queen get to anywhere over here. Because even if your queen is here, it can't get in to the position. And I believe king g1 is the last move white needs here. Stop that move. Oh. Now I think it's a now I think it's a fortress. Well, ironically, 159 Yankees. I did not sleep. Yeah, rook e4. Yeah, there's just nothing. The rook can shuffle between those two squares, for example. Everything is defended. And this tender pawn here cannot be attacked ever. If you get checked, go up. If you get checked, go down. Basically do that on repeat, and then put this rook here and here. It's a dead draw. Sadly. Sadly. And as a result, by the way, as soon as this game is drawn, I suspect that they will draw this game. I don't think that Haldorsen wants to play this out to try to win if this game isn't winning. You know what I mean? So if they draw this game, I think there'll be an immediate draw offer on the last game. Because the team match will be done, and it's a theoretical draw anyway, so I just don't think anyone wants to waste their time. But it's really all about this one. Once Urkadal, it's just that, you know, this game, Christensen, it looked very drawish right from the start here. Right? And then Eric's game, what he was on the back foot, but he was making good progress towards a draw, you know, around here. And then they both turned into losses. Whereas this one looked completely winning earlier, and it's going to turn into a draw. And this one wasn't completely winning ever, as far as I could see, but it looked really, really good and turned into a draw. And that's the difference in a team match. Their bad positions, sorry, their equal positions turned into wins, and our better positions turned into draws. And then that's obviously pretty significant, as like a half a point here, a half a point there. It all adds up. Azizi, thank you for getting sub for 3 years with us. Azizi, appreciate it, bud. Thank you, thank you. And it just doesn't matter here. You know, you can be the best player on the planet, but you're not going to find a way to win this. Not much for him to do here. Yeah, maybe white picks up the f-pawn. I don't even think you should try to take it. Obviously, if you were trying to win, maybe, but no, it's a moot point. White should just stick to the course. And also think of the fact that it's a team match, right? All he needs is a draw. It is a cool fortress. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it does look cool. He wants to play on. He wants to make something here, but there's just nothing you can do. King G2, King G1. Yeah, white's moves are very easy. Yeah, so this isn't really a discussion. I think they just agreed to a draw. I wonder if the last board will play. Because I think if I was playing on the last board and there's the draw, so it means that the match is lost. If I was playing on this board, like, I might just agree to a draw. It depends on my mood, you know? It depends on the mood. At the end of the day, this is an IM 2450 against a 2550 GM. May as well play out your GM scalp, but it just depends on the mood, who the players are. A lot of people will just be like, okay, whatever, man. I don't care. Don't care to even try. What's the etiquette of resigning / offering a draw? Well, I mean, it is a fair question. First of all, as white here, throughout this entire endgame, as white, it would be extremely poor etiquette to ever offer a draw. So, pretty much since this moment, you should never offer a draw as white. Even at the very end. It's just proper etiquette to let the guy, I mean, if he wants to keep checking you, you can, like, if he's going on and on and on, you can kind of like look at him or something, or make it seem like you're exasperated at the board, but I would still never offer a draw. That's just too much. Just sit there and let him come to terms with the result, and then he'll offer the draw. Also, you have to keep in mind that both players in this match know that if the result is a draw, then the match is a win. So to offer a draw as white is also very scummy etiquette-wise, because it's kind of like, hey, would you like to lose the match now? And it's a little more courteous to let the guy who has the extra piece, or who's trying to win, whatever, let him come to terms with that fact and sort of say, okay, like I I resign my my will to try to win this. But I think there absolutely is draw etiquette. You definitely never offer a draw as white here. Similarly, you never offer a draw as black here, because I mean, if your opponent is sitting there trying to win against you, then they've already made their decision. Clearly, they want to play. Now, it's one thing if maybe at the start of this endgame, right here maybe, if black offered a draw, that wouldn't be crazy. Personally, I wouldn't. I still think it's a bit poor taste, but that's not really weird because it is a theoretical draw. So you might offer a draw here as black, but then never again. If white declines your draw or plays on, that means they want to try to win the game. And if they want to try to win the game, let them try. You got to show your defense, and eventually, if you're able to defend properly, then great. But clearly, white's trying to win, so it's just like not only annoying, but just bad etiquette to keep offering a draw. It's almost like you're badgering them. Think of it as like asking, "Are we there yet?" when you're in the car or going on a road trip or something. Oh, I was at the game in person, Spenny. It was extremely disturbing. 8-1 and a loss to end the season as well. So extremely disturbing. And it looks like, speaking of etiquette, he does want to play on. So black's got to show the technique. When was the last capture? Oops. So move 88. So we could be here for a while. Why is he playing on if they already won the match? Are you talking about black as easy in this position? I mean, at the end of the day, this is still a rated chess game, right? Certainly, as black, you're not just going to resign the match, right? Why is white playing on if they won the match? Well, first of all, they haven't won the match. That's the thing. If the player with the white pieces had already won the match, then they probably would offer a draw here, and they would not bother trying to win. That's for sure. Again, it depends on the player. Some players would still try to play because it's still rated game. It's for FIDE rating. If you win as white, yeah, that's a lot of FIDE. But no, the guy with the white pieces is part of the losing team here. Yeah, bishop f3 is certainly a strange move. Also, you could technically go here. You know, King E3 alpha. Path player. I check this account every once in a while, yes. So Path player, he came in the channel in 2020 and he said, I want to come on your face. Any mods here? I want to come on your face. Why am I not banned? I want to come on your face. I want to bust on your face. This is over the course of 2020. I want to drop a load on your face. I want to bust. This was all 2020. Do you want me to drop a load in 2021? So he only came in the channel one time in 2021, and that was to ask if we want him to drop a load. Only once in the entire year, one comment. So all 2020, tons of messages. Not tons, he's only 27 messages lifetime. 2021, he says, you want me to drop a load? He says, I come in here once every few days, few months, say the same thing. Somehow I'm not banned. Thank you. Now he came in and he typed wiener and pee-pee. And these are his first comments of the entire 2022 year. So he's only typed in the channel twice since 2020. In 2021, he says, do you want me to drop a load? And he came in for the first time this year and said wiener. And he might not be back until 2023. So, be a real shame if that was the case, but sadly, the statistics don't lie. And we might not see him until 2023. And no, he has not been banned. Actually, if I answer the question, he might never return. I can't answer his question, or I'll lose a viewer. The only reason he keeps coming back is because of the intrigue. The metrics are solid. Some baby progress here. A little bit, some small progress. Man, did David Anton win this position? Super impressive. Isn't this crazy? To win this position? Oh my goodness. This is crazy to win this position. His knight got stuck. His knight got stuck. Can you imagine this? Oh my goodness. The knight can't go anywhere. Really brutal stuff. Knight h2 and g4. Knight h2, king e2, g4, right? Well, maybe not king e2, but let's say king e2. Then I see g4 and I I see draw-ish tendencies. So I would be looking more at this. Because if king here, then this still wins. How are these positions? If g4 now, then h4? And the knight kind of escapes here. Yeah, maybe knight h2 and g4 is something, huh? Just a weird endgame. g4. Ah, yeah, you go to e4. That's true. This is true. This is true. Yeah, so then g5 is good on knight h2. And if here... Yeah, you just go there. g4 doesn't work here, although he tried it. If king here, we looked at this. King h1. The problem is, king h1... We must be able to set something up here. King f2, yeah, but I'm I'm trying to set some other stuff up. Like if king g2, knight e3 always wins. So if I go here, the only move is king g1. And g5. Now, once again, this wins. So then king h1, and it's stalemate if you take. And then h4. And it's, I think it's kind of nice, right? Ah, no, it takes the, no, damn it. I can't do it properly. Huh. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Lots of ways maybe to try to win. 83. Pretty damn solid. I think this is the way I would do it. This is pretty brutal, actually. Anyway, he didn't want it. I just surprised that's forced from here. It's crazy, but like king g4 is so strong. Just I don't know. It's surprising. King e2, so that you can bring the knight out. It's the only move, to be fair. Wow. So that game, by the way, this result actually lost the team the match. Like this would be pretty tilting if you lost the match because of this. That would be extremely disturbing. Anyway, I just thought that was a weird endgame. Is this a special set? No, this is just a Miss Monique set. It's been auto-playing some Miss Monique for a while. Banana Sleeve, thank you very much for 63 months. Whoa. Thanks, Banana Sleeve. Appreciate it, buddy. And Tommy, of course Tommy would gift a sub to Path Player. And by the way, Path Player has not... Yeah, he's not... He's never been banned. He's never even been timed out for his comments. But he also delivered his messages for 2022, so I just don't think we'll see him until 2023. Unfortunately. He doesn't elaborate either, exactly. He doesn't fall into the trap of answering you guys. You guys have a lot of questions for Path Player. Well, guess what? Path Player does not have a lot of time for you. MN 2197, my guess would be no. No strippers and no drugs this evening. I don't think the boys are getting lucky. Not after this performance. Tough. Really tough. Tari can't catch a break. I mean, Tari did fine. He defended a tough position today. Eric gave away a full point. Or gave away a half point. Should have been a draw. Gave an extra half point. Christensen, I don't think should have lost that. But to be fair, you know, he did get outplayed a little bit. And the other guy played well. Time pressure. And then Frode also couldn't convert that position either. It's crazy. And Haldorsen is trying, but ultimately, I feel like it's been a pretty good job so far by Tragubov. Did Eric win? No. Unfortunately, Eric lost. So it's just a very sour end to the tournament, you know? In chess, maybe just like with anything, but in chess, you usually remember an event based on how it finishes. Like, even if you have a bad event, if you win the last round, you're kind of in a good mood. You're social at the end, and like, just a bit of a sour taste because now the event is remembered by this loss. It's the last result, last memory. That's just really unfortunate. Especially because the event started so well for Eric, and then he actually just lost the last two games. But it really did start well. Wow, King G6, Alpha. He says, yeah, go ahead, bud. You can check me, lad. Wow, Chess 24 are beasts, eh? the matches aren't all done, but Chess24 just turned off their stream. They said, "Okay, we know the result of the match. Fuck it." I know there's one twink still trying to play an endgame in the playing hall, but yeah, coverage is done. What about me? I'm still here. I've been up since literally 3 a.m. and I'm still covering the last twink standing. There was no Anna Cramling sub battle this weekend, guys. Anna is away, so it's gonna be next weekend, most likely. Yeah, was ist das? It might be a week experiment. I'm not sure. Not sure about this whole European time thing while still living in North America. It might not be for me. But I'm definitely dead. This week, waking up at 7:30 a.m. It's a lot. It's a lot. Especially when you're just not used to it. And then today, of all things, like I couldn't wake up at 7 or 8. It's like, no, of course they had to have the event take place 3 hours earlier than it usually does. Of course. Yeah, the chess.com bugs were also pretty brutal, I gotta say. Trying to remember what games those were. Yeah, it was the draw and what else? Oh yeah, 110 move game. Those were really nasty. Oof. Zombie horror. Thanks for the 4 months with Prime. Which team will win? The other team has already won. So in terms of the standings, I think Novibor won because of David Anton. Yeah, oh my god. Literally, your team lost the match because of that result. That's so brutal. That weird night end game we looked at. So, Novibor gets clear first. They won every single match, basically. Offerspill is gonna, or has lost, so this team will probably take second. And then over here, what was the result? Draw. Win for Fedorchuk. Win for Tarlev. And that should be a win for the German squad. Win for Fedorchuk and Tarlev. Yeah, so that team won, which means they go to 11. They jump to 11. I think Superbet won. What was that match? Anand? Anand won. and Volkeaton 1. Anand and Volkeaton. Oh, the results are here. I'm not even paying attention. I didn't realize they're here for almost every other match except these two. So yeah, 4-2. They won. And they drew. Interesting. So then it's like could be anyone. So yeah, then third place I have to say it goes to them. So it will be first, second, and third, basically. Like that. But he is still sending it. Still sending it in the playing hall. So yeah, Novibor will win first place. Tough finish for Eric. Losing the last 2 games never feels good. Every time Eric plays, I feel like he shows a good level or like a capable level that's above his own. So it's always a situation where you feel like, oh yeah, I can play at that level or I can compete here. Is he making some progress with check? At least, yeah, you're forcing the king to the side of the board. Well, there you go. I remember saying that it was move 88 that was the last capture. So he does have till move 138, and it's 100 and, well, about to be 120. So he has about 18 moves to try to win this. That's something. Yes, Moist, we did lose the match. It's already done. I'm hanging out. I'm staying with Buddy Haldorson. All right? Buddy Haldorson, he needs people to support him as well. You guys are cheering for the GMs, the big money makers, you know, the professionals, but someone's got to stick up for the IMs. I'm holding strong with Big Benji. Do I think he can press this? Well, I think his position's the best that it's been since the endgame started. Like, rook and bishop against rook is a draw, but he finally did force the king to the side of the board. Which is definitely an achievement. Rook e2, though, is going to try to get off the back rank. I was thinking maybe, like, should you be playing here to try to prevent that? But then after rook here, yeah, you just can't stay on this diagonal. So, yeah, I think it will be a draw in the end. Yeah, true sleazy. That's a well-known tactic. Just keep the game going so that when Magnus is giving his stern talking to, you just show up later. Oh, did I miss anything? You had the rook and bishop and lost the Seabra float. Rip. Okay, that's pretty funny, Moist. I'm sorry about that, pal. I'm playing some Miss Monique on YouTube right now. Oh yeah, that's right. There was a weird game on the Giants and the Packers. By the way, is this game like happening in the UK or no? It is, right? So what's the deal with this London situation? Are they having like one game a week or one game every Sunday there, or how does it work? What's the official deal? One game per Sunday in Europe? It's interesting. So obviously every team I guess some teams will play. Will some teams play more than once there? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense, Bizzle. I think it's cool. I don't know. I don't have anything against it. The only thing that's interesting is having the teams travel there. It must be like a little weird with that much of a time zone difference. Oh yeah, that's right. The fantasy. You got to pay attention to when your team is playing at 9:30 a.m. At least Eastern time, that is. Hello, Mattis. Mattis, the match is already done, and the official commentary has already they've just fucked off completely. But me, I'm staying with the last twink in the playing hall, Benjamin Haldorson, as he tries to win. He's literally the last game. Nobody cares except me. I stand with Big Benji. His game has value. It holds meaning. Yeah, I believe he would probably qualify for the moniker Moist. Remember, 138, guys. 138. So we're at a move 126 right now. 12 more moves for Buddy. Okay. You thought 138 was his weight? For Twink of the Month? Twink of the Month considerations? No, 138 moves until it's a draw. Paradox Brutal 23, thanks for the 10 months. Cheers, Paradox. Thanks for the resub, dude. Yeah, so basically 10 more moves need to be played, and I'm not seeing any real progress from White. Hey, Samhain. Did Amadon win his last game? Let's check on Friendo Amadon. Not that one. Hey, Amadon won. Yay. Amadon had a real tough event as well. Lots of losses. So nice to end on a dub. His team lost, which is unfortunate, but nice to end on a dub ski. It matters. It matters. FM Killa. Ain't nobody Rilla. I wonder who the lowest rated club is that qualified. It's a club from Ireland. Interesting. Yeah, I know Vidit lost. Look at this, Lara Putar. By the way, Lara and Leon are just like brother sister or something like that. Plus 58 for the boys. Holy smokes. Plus 39. These look like some kids with big K factors. There's so many stats here. It's like it's fun to have a look at who's, let's say, gaining a lot or who's losing a lot of rating. Like, look at it, minus 34. Like, what the hell is going on? People are bleeding rating in this event, by the way. So many. Minus 33, minus 29. Who's winning all the rating? Minus 34, minus 29, minus 27. Isn't this crazy? Minus 38, minus 31, minus 46. Dude. Who's gaining anything? I guess I'm at the bottom of the table, but still, these are heavy. These are heavy. There we go, plus 32. Minus 45 still. God damn. Here we go, plus 45, plus 28. There we go. How did Eric's team fare? They lost, unfortunately. And I believe we're at move 130. We're getting close. It's going to be the final one. Who gained the most rating? That I'm not sure, but probably a junior with a high K factor, right? That's usually what it is. At the top, though, Vidit, plus 19. That will change because I think he lost the last round. So he'll lose a little bit more there, but still gaining like 15 points or something. 14 points. Pretty impressive. Seeing if anyone's just sending it. I mean, this guy had a great score. 5.5 out of 6. God damn. God damn, god damn, god damn. Did Eric go plus or minus? Definitely minus, unfortunately. After the result today. We'll get rook check here. We need check, check, rook here, here. And black will need to find the only move. Was this OTB? What do you mean, Eddie? Oh, the tournament. Yeah, the tournament was OTB. It was, in Austria. Black to play and not lose. Yes, indeed. Indeed. The very cute rook b5. Move 132 just played, and at move 138, there will be a draw. Ferret Chris, thanks for the 2 years, buddy. Appreciate it, Chris. Continued support. He would not lose in the 50 moves. Are you saying if that was the case, Adam Hardlover? Because I think I did this. And it's move 138, and here it's only 135. So he would... Here he would lose. Because after taking, that's a capture, and then there's no draw. But you're saying if this was move 138, then yeah. Then you could claim a draw. As long as this was the 50th move. The only trick is that if the last capture was made by, let's say, black on move, whatever it was, like, let's say 94, black. Well, in this case, white has the extra piece. So let's say move 94. So let's say move 44. White makes the last capture, right? Then technically black's first move is the start of the move counter. So black would also need to make the last move, is what I'm saying at the end. So he's trying, but I think Svetlana Chess that you can claim the draw after you make the move and up before you hit the clock. Hitting the clock completes your move, so I believe that's more correct to say. Because yeah, effectively hitting the clock is like completing your move. He is holding him hostage, yes. Etiquette-wise, you can't offer a draw as black. Caught this, I think, exclamation mark membership in our chat here. I appreciate you looking out for us, bud. Affiliate link. And the next move is 138. So we should get a draw next move. Have you ever been to Oktoberfest, Eddie? I can say that I have not. I also don't really like beer that much. Yeah, we probably have a lot of Germans here right now. All right. That's a draw. That's move 138. And considering the result, that was definitely a long, like considering the match was already done, that was indeed a long game. So, unfortunately, the boys lost 4-2. But like I said, every result didn't go our way. Halldorson couldn't get the full point. He only drew, even though he was a bit better. Urkadal was a lot better. Could only get half a point. Should have gotten the full one. So that's half a point missed, maybe on both boards. Not so much here. Here, I think he really tried his hardest. It just never was winning enough to actually win the game. But here, we definitely left half a point on the table. Johann Sebastian Christensen, I think we left half a point on the table. In this position, he ended up losing as white, which should never happen. Eric, we also left half a point on the table. Should have been a draw, ended up losing. So in these two games, they should have been draws, ended up losing. In these two games, they could have been wins, ended up drawing. So half a point left on the table in 4 games. That's 2 points right there. And, well, lo and behold, what was the final score? 4-2. That's where those 2 points went. Why didn't Magnus play? He did. He drew. He drew. Same with Aryan. Aryan held a tough position, so it's impressive that he drew. That was a big result. Anyway, that does conclude our... hey, Clark Kent. It concludes our coverage of the European Club Cup. Tournament's done. Really unfortunate loss for Eric at the end. He kind of had like a brain freeze. He just traded into a lost king and pawn endgame. Today was really early. Like, I'm absolutely dead. I was up since 3 a.m. It's been like 8 hours, so I am completely dead. But next week, Eric will be playing in an event maybe next weekend, I think. I'll have more details on that next week. We'll also probably do a sub battle with Anna next weekend. We got Title Tuesday coming up. But the next week will be a little more normal. This week I didn't do as many evening streams or afternoon streams because I was just pretty dead, honestly, after the commentary. So we'll get back a little bit on the more normal schedule in the coming week. All right, so I'm out for now. Send the raid off, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Happy Thanksgiving if you're in Canada. Gonna do a few Thanksgiving things this evening. But holiday tomorrow in Canada. There's football today, so may the odds be ever in your team's favor. Going to send off the raid. Bye for now, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm dead. I'm tired. Ugh. Ugh. See you guys next week. We got a holiday Monday, but probably still be back streaming. Okay, everybody have a good Sunday. Happy Thanksgiving.